Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Hunter x Hunter, Reborn as Six-Eyed Sukuna. Part 1. Hunter World, Meteor City. Airships frequently hover overhead, dumping large amounts of waste, or garbage, downwards. The sky was a deep gray, as if it were blocked by smog, with no blue in sight, and trucks carrying garbage frequently passed by. Garbage was piled high like mountains, and carrion-eating vultures circled low overhead. The air was filled with a putrid stench, which was extremely unpleasant to smell. Personnel in full protective suits and gas masks patrolled the area, while others in rudimentary protective gear waited around the garbage dump for an opportunity to strike. On one of the garbage heaps sat a boy who didn't look very big. He wasn't wearing any protective gear, just a white hooded sweatshirt, black shorts, white socks, and white sneakers. She also had white hair, long, frosty eyelashes, and a pair of blue eyes that resembled the sky. The moment you see him, you think of the word, angel, if it weren't for those eerie black markings on his body. The lines started on his face and spread all the way down his body. His white clothes were stained with a large amount of blood, seemingly indicating his danger. Is my own imagination just too hellish? The white-haired boy held a worm-eaten red apple, his expression conflicted, as if he was hesitating whether or not to take a bite. Isn't it just cosplaying Gojo Satoru who swallowed Sukuna's finger? Isn't it just that when he introduced himself, he said to everyone that they could call him Ryuman Sukuna or Gojo Sukuna? The boy's voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, and he finally sighed. Although Gojo Satoru was killed by Ryuman Sukuna in the manga, and the scene of his death was very rushed and clownish, it felt like he died for the sake of dying, although this setting is designed to be a bit hellish for the sake of creating a spectacle. But stabbing someone is still a bit too much, it really hurts. The boy touched his chest, where his clothes were covered in blood and had a hole in them. In fact, a knife had been stuck there not long ago. His name is Su Wu, a rabbit from China. His age is currently confidential. In short, he has just passed the first important exam in his extremely competitive life, which of course is not the college entrance examination. Perhaps for some people, the college entrance examination is the most important and only exam in their lives that can change their destiny, but for someone like Su Wu, born in Haidian district, the college entrance examination is already a long way off. Although she is young, she is already a well-known cosplayer who regularly shares her cosplay experiences and makeup on online platforms. With over 1 million followers on Douyin and Xiaohongshu combined, he has already achieved financial freedom at a young age. I was called teacher by a group of anime fans online. Of course, as a rabbit, he also has a bit of a fun-loving side and occasionally comes up with his own fanciful character designs. Due to age and height limitations, aside from some characters who were originally designed as elementary school students, he basically plays the childhood version of most of the characters. He has done gender-swapped roles, namely male versions of Hinamori Amu, Ihaibara, Ranmori, Rem, and Ram. They've also produced characters with gender-swapped childhood versions of Shuichi Akai, Jin, Bourbon, and Osamu Dazai. Normal characters include Black Toki, Megumi Fushiguro in elementary school, Chuya Nakahara, Kaluya Zoldyck, and Satoru Gojo. Of course, Nakahara Chuya is a character he has been able to cosplay from the King of Sheep era all the way to the Port Mafia era. Because the other person's height didn't change much. Therefore, there are no high requirements regarding the height of cosplayers. So at a recent anime convention, stimulated by the latest plot of the Curse O2O storyline, his fun-loving nature came out and he created his own custom setting. During the time of the Divine Child's enlightenment, however, he swallowed Sukuna's finger. The path taken was, only the strongest can restrain the strongest, so the proud and confident Divine Child imprisoned the two-faced Sukuna as a cage. The strongest X2, even stronger, the ultimate version. As for logic, there is no logic. The original comic is already so absurd, so what's wrong with his own version being a little absurd? He excitedly arrived at the anime convention wearing Gojo Satoru's tracksuit and covered his face and body with Sukuna tattoos. Faced with a multitude of stares that stunned him, what kind of performance was this? He initially didn't feel anything. After all, most people at the anime convention were there to have fun, and many happily lined up to take photos with him. Besides, he's already doing cosplay, so who cares what other people think? How many people in the anime manga community aren't a little crazy? Until a man with a crazed expression, clearly mentally unstable, rushed up to him and stabbed him through the heart. Even in death, Suwoo never understood why he had been targeted by the madman. Does that guy just randomly pick unlucky people? He opened his eyes and found himself in midair. A being calling itself the Fun System spoke to him. Welcome to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Please convince everyone in this world that your own version of events is actually Gojo Satoru from another world. Our motto is, let's add some fun to life. Then, he fell into the garbage dump. Detection error, global positioning landing point error occurred. So, where am I now? Suwoo, who was buried in garbage the moment she landed, poked her head out from the pile of trash and asked very calmly. As a seasoned anime and manga fan, he is very familiar with the process of being transported to another world after death and bound to a system. Current location: Meteor City in the Hunter x Hunter world. The system's voice gradually decreased. Main questline is changing. Please maximize your compatibility with your character in this world. Language pack loading complete. Please strive to live long enough for the system to collect enough energy to travel through the world again. Current world danger level, high risk. Its voice was instantly filled with the cold indifference of inorganic matter. Meteor Street. Suwoo hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. He knows Hunter x Hunter very well, and Meteor City, the home of the spiders, is equally familiar to him. Meteor City is a notorious super-large junkyard in the Hunter x Hunter world, and its harsh living conditions are considered hellish in various fanfictions. Given his inability to distinguish between grains, his laziness, his never having fought or argued with anyone, and his tendency to call the police whenever he's in trouble, it's uncertain whether he'll even survive tonight, let alone make it until the system gathers enough energy to curse back to the world. I'll probably be the fastest transmigrator to die. Suwoo closed her eyes peacefully, preparing to sleep forever in the garbage dump. Life is a boring game. Even if he changes to another world, it's just another game instance for him. Since it's a game, death isn't something that's hard to accept. He has always lived with this idea in mind. He remained calm until he was pulled out of the garbage heap by a pair of hands. Those hands were dragging him somewhere, I don't know. What does he want to do? Suwoo asked the system blankly. This is Meteor City, the system reiterated. Oh, Meteor City. Suwoo suddenly realized. Based on what he'd seen of the residents of Meteor City in old fanfiction, they'd probably strip him naked and then devour him whole. No, he can accept death, but not this way of dying. System, apply for newbie protection. He typed to the system in his mind. Please strive to improve your character compatibility. Upon reaching a certain level of compatibility, you will gain some of that character's abilities. Should I improve Gojo Satoru's or Ryuman Sukuna's? Suwoo's expression was conflicted. Even now, he still didn't show any fear. Instead, he was nonchalant and playful. I should have known better than to create my own character settings. Now how am I supposed to improve the compatibility? This is so troublesome. The system was originally intended for him to use the setting of Gojo Satoru who swallowed Sukuna's finger, to cause trouble in the cursed world and shock the other characters. But something went wrong, and they ended up in the Hunter world. The host needs to simultaneously max out the compatibility with both characters. The system prompted. Suwoo seemed thoughtful as she sensed the crowd silently surrounding her, who had begun to strip her clothes and were preparing to dismember her limbs. He seemed to sense some kind of energy within his body. Could it be from Gojo Satoru and Sukuna? But the amount of energy is a bit small. If it was inherited from them, it shouldn't be this little. Speaking of which, from the moment he landed in this world, the world he saw was somewhat different from that of ordinary people. Almost all the objects he saw appeared in a thermal imaging-like manner, and he could also see an energy emanating from the heads of the people surrounding him. This is the chi of the Hunter world. Even the height, weight, heart rate, body hair, and clothing material of these people were analyzed clearly. They are all ordinary people. Satoru Gojo and Sukuna use cursed power in their skills, while the power system in the hunter world is called Nen. Cursed power comes from negative emotions, while Nen is life energy. There's no need to worry about future conflicts arising from the power structure. All the information about the garbage scattered all over the surrounding mountains and fields, what it was, the degree of damage, and what its material was captured and analyzed by Six Eyes. So his 6 eyes have come true. A barrage of complicated and useless information flooded my mind, making my head feel several pounds heavier than it actually was, as if something was pressing down on it, making it difficult to think. But it's still bearable. Let's deal with these guys first. The wicked must be dealt with by the wicked, they should be punished in kind. Even murderers should be prepared to be killed, right? Let's use Sukuna's ability. I wonder which of Sukuna's abilities I can use. He opened his eyes expressionlessly and stared directly at the people standing around him, looking down at him. Who gave you permission to look down on me? Trash. As he opened his eyes, an invisible slash appeared, instantly killing several ordinary people around him. Blood splattered everywhere, limbs scattered all over the ground, achieving a truly physical act of utter carnage. Current compatibility between the two Sukuna characters 10%. 5 elements compatibility ratio 20%. Is he really that compatible with Gojo Satoru? Oh, right, it's their appearances. He must have traveled through time with his own body, so his clothes were still torn at the chest, but the stabbed area had already healed. Her hair was deliberately dyed white and styled. To prevent the white hair from making her look darker, she also applied the whitest human body paint to her body. Her contact lenses were also specially made in a 6-eye style. He never hesitates to spend money when it comes to cosplay. However, after transmigrating, no matter how he looked at it, his hair was white, with no black roots, his skin was naturally snow white, and his eyes seemed to have 6 eyes. No matter how much he rubbed them, he couldn't find any trace of colored contact lenses. The compatibility with Sunuo is probably due to the curse marks drawn on his body. But 6 eyes' burden seems to be greater than he imagined. 6 eyes Gojo Satoru's eyes are also a passive ability. They have a 360-degree field of vision and can see things at extremely far distances. Of course, they can also see energy, such as curse power and the aura on people in the hunter world. Suwu looked at the blood dripping from her nose that had started at some point, and casually wiped it away, but soon new blood began to flow. Is it because he was originally just an ordinary person, and even for Gojo Satoru, who was born a sorcerer, the 6-eyed one was a very mentally taxing existence. Even Gojo Satoru wears sunglasses or covers his eyes because of the burden of having 6 eyes. Was his nosebleed a warning sign that his brain had never experienced such stress before? Or is it for some other reason? Like, compatibility. Thinking of this, Suwu tilted her head back, trying to force the nosebleed back, while taking a bite of the intact side of the worm-eaten apple. My mouth tastes weird. He smacked his lips, his tone complicated. Did I eat a bug? After all, it's an apple dug out of a garbage dump, so it's pretty normal. An apple infested with worms is definitely inedible. He casually threw away the apple core. The progress bar, symbolizing energy collection, is blank. There was also a line of small print next to it. Once the progress bar is completely filled with dark red, the system can reopen the passage. Who knows when we'll finally get to that point. From today onwards, I am the strongest. So, should I be called Ryuman Sukugo, Gojo Sukuna, or Sukuna Satoru? Suwu sat on the garbage mountain, her head still tilted back, looking at the gloomy sky, and muttered to herself in a somewhat bored tone. If you want to increase the compatibility with Ryuman Sukuna, do you need to massacre a city first? Killing millions of people should increase the compatibility quite quickly, right? Ah, that's too evil a villain, I need to hold back. Suwu banished the terrible thoughts from her mind, but she also clearly understood one thing. This is no longer the world he is familiar with. No moral constraints have any effect on him anymore, and he no longer needs to suppress his true nature in front of others and pretend to be no different from ordinary people. They can act with complete impunity. Even in the original Hunter x Hunter manga, Meteor City wasn't described in much detail. Even as someone who had read part of the manga, Suwu only knew that Meteor City was divided into 13 districts, which were managed by the Elders' Council. The closer to the front of the area, the stronger the residents are and the better their quality of life. The Phantom Troop lives in one of these areas. The specific area is unknown. The members of the Elders' Council are unknown. Simply put, they know nothing. Su Wu, however, noticed quite a few details along the way. For example, the inverted cross symbol can be seen everywhere. Almost every house has the same symbol engraved on its doors, windows, and walls. He remembered that the members of the brigade also had similar marks on their bodies. Kororo has a lot of inverted crosses on his body, on his forehead, earrings, and even on the back of his coat. Of course, along the way, Six Eyes passively analyzed the people, buildings, and all other things that could be captured by Six Eyes' perspective, which caused him to bleed quite a bit from the nose. He didn't want to think about how much blood he lost, only that it seemed to be more than when he was chilled to the bone. I'm really afraid that instead of being tortured to death by the environment and people of Meteor City, I'll first suffer from nosebleeds due to the burden brought by Six Eyes and die from excessive blood loss. Su Wu covered her nose while thinking to herself. Even though the surrounding environment was dirty and chaotic, there seemed to be some kind of order within the chaos. Besides excessive garbage and terrible air quality, Meteor City also has forests. And young children who lack any sense of innocence or naivety. A white-haired boy, dressed in blood-stained clothes, walked like a tourist on a not-so-clean street. However, at a certain point in time, I saw a group of people queuing up in an orderly fashion and moving in one direction. These people were not wearing any protective gear, just very simple, even tattered, clothes. That's true. Protective gear is only needed when approaching areas piled with garbage, most of the time it's not necessary. With nothing else to do, Su Wu joined the group and followed along. Gradually, a church came into view. A church that is not tall or grand, but rather a small building. Several figures dressed in black were distributing something at the church entrance. When it was Su Wu's turn, one of them handed him a bag and a black inverted cross. Remember your past, but never talk about it with anyone, no longer yearn for God's grace, and no longer expect God's salvation. No matter how sacred something is, it may be a den of crime. Only strength, resilience, and an indomitable spirit can save oneself. Meteor City never rejects any existence, everyone has the right to kill or be killed at will. Welcome to Meteor City. After speaking to Su Wu, he looked at the next person, but this time he didn't say anything more, and simply handed over the package in silence. Su Wu watched this scene, then looked at the package in her hand, and quietly walked away. Meteor City wasn't quite what he had imagined. In his imagination, Meteor City should be a place full of danger, where the residents are inhuman and lawless beasts. But what he sees now, Meteor City, is inexplicably normal. There's even a church here. And the church is even distributing supplies to the residents of Meteor City. The black inverted cross always symbolizes rebellion, which aligns with what that person just said, a statement that could be considered rebellious against God. From his observation, the church represented by the inverted cross probably wields immense power in Meteor City, with believers everywhere. After all, their symbols are everywhere. The package contained several bags of bread, a bottle of milk, and 2 bottles of water. If you were frugal, it should last you a week. Does the church distribute things only once a week? He got the answer to this question from the residents of Meteor City, in exchange for a bag of bread. The church distributes supplies every 2 weeks, otherwise, people have to find their own ways to get food. You could become a scavenger, a vulture, or work for the church handling garbage. If you're capable, you could become a member of the church or work for the lords of the upper town. The child, born in Meteor City, first hid the bread in his clothes, and then explained to Su Wu with a smile that looked like he had met a big fat sheep great philanthropist. Scavengers and vultures? Su Wu asked, puzzled. Those who scavenge usable resources from garbage dumps and resell them to those who need them are scavengers. As for vultures, instead of rummaging through garbage dumps, they prefer to go straight for people. As the child said this, his eyes filled with disgust. It seems that even in Meteor City, the presence of those vultures is unwelcome. So the ones he encountered at the beginning must have been vultures, and he was prey targeted by them because they lacked food. While Su Wu thought to herself, Her expression was nonchalant, revealing a hint of disdain. According to his former friends, he was extremely obnoxious. Which district is this? He continued to ask. District 13, the outermost area of Meteor Street, is also the area with the most garbage and the worst order, the child answered crisply. You're new here, aren't you? If you're capable, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise, the child said, looking at Su Wu. We see quite a few children go missing every year, she added, offering a reminder. The other person was clearly an outsider. Apart from a few bloodstains on their clothes, everything else was clean and tidy, and they were quite good-looking. How do we leave Meteor City? Su Wu asked again. This is not something a nobody like me could know. The child shook his head, indicating that he was unaware of the matter. But the people in the upper city definitely know how to leave. He offered Su Wu a solution. How do I get to the upper city area? As long as you prove you have the strength to live in the upper district, you can fight your way there. The child pointed in a direction, his tone very serious. Understood. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy with black lines on his face nodded, seemingly very confident in himself. He walked in the direction the other person pointed, his back view revealing a casual and relaxed demeanor. Where does my current strength rank in the hunter world? Su Wu asked the system in her mind. No reference point found yet. Please compare it yourself, host. The system's cold and indifferent reply. Su Wu hesitated, then stopped herself from saying anything. Fine, considering the system saved him and prevented him from dying, I'll forgive it. Let me check the currently available skills. Six-eyed, Jia, Kang. Both Jia and Kang can be used for attack, while Lu Yan is used to analyze the battle situation. There are 3 skills in total, 2 of which, Six Eyes and Azure, come from Gojo Satoru. Six Eyes are his eyes, a passive skill. Azure is a commonly used skill of Gojo Satoru, which uses gravity to cause widespread destruction centered on himself. Explanation: this is a skill of Ryuman Sukuna, an invisible slash. My attack power is sufficient for now, but why don't you give me a reversal spell? What I need most right now is a reversal spell. How can we fight in team battles without healing skills? Su Wu thought to herself, while the system remained silent. Reversal technique, a healing ability that returns you to the world of Curse O, equivalent to a healing skill. No Limits is a technique of Gojo Satoru. When activated, no one can touch him. The closer you get to him, the slower he becomes, resulting in a relatively still state. To some extent, it is the application of gravity and repulsion. The skill Azure is a means created based on the gravity-related aspects of the No Limit technique. Never mind. Both No Limits and reversal techniques are unusable, but Azure can be used. This is just too illogical. It's important to know that a sorcerer's skills are based on their own spell formulas. Normally, without a spell formula, one cannot use a skill. However, for Su Wu's sake, for some reason, the system is working differently. In any case, he can't use Limitless right now, but he can use Azure. However, transmigration, rebirth, and the addition of a system are not exactly reasonable things in the first place. The existence of Gojo Satoru and Sukuna is also illogical. His entire being is illogical. It seems that Kang can also be developed to achieve high-speed movement and teleportation effects. I can give it a try. Su Wu pondered the principle of Kang's use. Locate the person who needs to move, determine the direction, compress the space. Just like firing a cannonball, after confirming the direction, you launch the cannonball. In an instant, Su Wu's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his figure reappeared as he crashed into a wall. The wall he hit collapsed instantly, burying him under the rubble. I forgot, Kang needs to use it when the journey is unobstructed. It hurts. He crawled out of the rubble again, his head bleeding, his body covered in small wounds, and his clothes stained with blood. When you use Kang and it hits something, it's like a large truck traveling at high speed hitting something. If the house collapsed, the truck should have been smashed to pieces as well. Su Wu was that big truck. He hadn't used any protective measures. If he had remembered to strengthen his body with magical power, he wouldn't be in such a terrible state. Fortunately, his current physical condition is good enough, otherwise he would have been killed by his own actions. Even with his good physical condition, he ended up in a rather disheveled state. The commotion caused by knocking down a house prompted some nearby residents to come out of their homes and quietly watch the person who made the noise. "What are you looking at? Trash." The white-haired, blue-eyed boy put his hands in his pockets, his peripheral vision sweeping over the silent yet menacing people around him. Even though blood was still dripping down his forehead, he didn't care about himself at all, his tone filled with provocation and contempt. None of the onlookers took the initiative to make a move, and the white-haired, blue-eyed boy with black facial markings ignored them, reaching out towards the ruins on his own. Release. An invisible slash shattered the rubble, revealing the figure trapped below. Six Eyes noticed that there were 3 people living in the house that was knocked down, which meant that he had damaged someone else's house and injured the person. Gojo Satoru's reversal technique can only heal himself, while Ryomen Sukuna's reversal technique can be used not only on himself but also on others. However, he currently has no reversal technique at all. In other words, it is incapable of treating others. As someone who grew up in a harmonious world, Suwu was somewhat troubled by this. If it were Sunuo, the old man wouldn't care who he hurt. As for Shinji Satoru, he is indifferent to strangers, and it's uncertain whether he will apologize or not. Suwu herself, thanks to her good education, is a person with Schrödinger's moral compass. What do you want? Consider it compensation for the damage to the house. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy remained indifferent to the battered victim. Even his words of compensation sounded like a condescending act of charity. The mother and child, whose house had been destroyed, stared at the disappearing house behind them, like wounded wolves, glaring fiercely at him. The people of Meteor City don't refuse anything, and likewise, no one can take anything away from them. Does he mean he took their house away? A light, fleeting thought crossed Suwu's mind. Seemingly realizing that their hatred for each other would only lead to their deaths, the menacing look in their eyes vanished, and they instead made demands for new houses, clothes, and food. Well said, Suwu doesn't have any of those things. But he has a way to compensate. Are any of these houses what you want? He asked, pointing casually to the houses around him. That one of the group pointed to a room. A grown man stood at the door of the room. Upon noticing the gazes of the group, he seemed to involuntarily take a step back, but in an instant, he suddenly lunged forward, closing in on the person who posed the greatest threat to him. The knife in his hand gleamed silver, almost touching the boy's neck. Yes, this new kid does have some strength, but the people of Meteor City are not the type to sit idly by and wait for their doom. Even if it means death, I will, the man said ferociously, but he could no longer utter the rest of his words. His body seemed to be sliced into 8 neat pieces by an invisible blade in midair. Blood splattered, limbs fell to the ground. That's your house now. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy withdrew his outstretched hand, his face bearing evil and cruel black markings, with a red light seemingly flickering in his eyes. He threw down a sentence, turned around, and left. The so-called compensation was simply to kill someone the mother and her 2 children wanted to kill. It's very fair and reasonable. When they reached a deserted area, they reached out their hand again, solve. Everything was calm and nothing happened. System, why can't I use my skills? He asked, looking at his palm. Spells require spell power to activate, and the host's spell power is insufficient, the system explained. So they only gave the skill, but not the corresponding amount of spell power. It's like playing a game. The good news is that the skill you drew is very powerful. Bad news. No corresponding mana was provided, the mana bar is insufficient, and we can't sustain this. How can I recover quickly? What if I run out of mana in a fight? Suwu asked coldly, already imagining the bitter defeat she would suffer because her mana bar was too short. I tried using the Azure skill once and the Dispel skill twice, and then I ran out of mana. This is too short and weak. He also inherited Gojo Satoru's and Sukuna's curse power. He wanted to fight his way up to Zone 1, but before he even started, it was already over. Your magical power will naturally recover over time. Don't expect to be invincible from the start. This world has rules, and while you gain abilities, you also face certain limitations, the system added. The laws of this world do not allow anyone to become invincible easily. The system only provides skills. When combined with 2 ceilings, the potential is virtually limitless. But the most important thing is how to utilize the potential you have to achieve growth, and this process can only be accomplished by Suwu herself. Can't the passive flaw of 6 eyes really be eliminated? My head hurts so much. Suwu said, frowning. In the original work, Gojo Satoru needed to replenish his sugar levels constantly because of the existence of the 6 eyes. He wanted some too, but he hated sweets. I once ate too much chocolate and got cavities. Because I didn't want to go to the hospital, I suffered from the pain for a full 2 weeks until my face became so swollen that I couldn't hide it anymore before they found out. After that, Suwu avoided sweets altogether. But he probably won't get cavities anymore, right? He can eat sweets whenever he wants now, right? This time, the system is playing dead and not responding. Suwu awkwardly tried to extract her curse power, feeling it slowly but steadily recovering. This gave him a little peace of mind. It wasn't until Lu Yan observed that a number of people were silently approaching him from all around. At this moment, his mana bar was not yet full. Nevertheless, we cannot lose face on the surface. Aren't you brave enough to come out, you trash? The white-haired boy stood in the open space, head down, seemingly talking to someone. Tisk, he made a snort that sounded like both contempt and impatience, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Solve. Only the voice was heard, but the person was not seen. As screams rang out, the figures hidden in the shadows were exposed, and their exposure marked the beginning of their deaths. You killed our vultures, we will not let you get away with this. Someone shouted before dying. The killer is an ability user, and we need a lot of manpower to capture him. Someone also used a walkie-talkie to inform others. 6 Eyes observed that a large number of people were rapidly surrounding this area, and his mana bar, which he had managed to recover a little, was once again empty. If we stay any longer, we'll probably get killed. Try catching me first. The white-haired boy seemed to be in a playful mood, laughed, threw down a sentence, and turned to run away. It's as if this isn't a serious revenge scene, but rather a game. He ran through the residential area, and 6 Eyes always managed to spot the best route to run ahead of him. They eventually discovered a huge door, guarded by people, with few people going in or out. As she fled, Suwu, whose magical power had recovered somewhat, raised her hand. Azure. The gate not far away was instantly destroyed. As the gatekeeper showed a look of horror, Suwu flashed through the gate. The environment in District 12 is not much different from that in District 13, maybe a little cleaner, and it is almost entirely inhabited by children, all of whom look to be under 8 years old. So once you're over 8 years old, you'll be sent to District 13, right? As Suwu ran, she drew conclusions based on the clues observed by the 6 Eyes. His physical condition must have been greatly improved, because running for a long time did not make him feel very tired, so it is definitely not his original physical condition. After finding the gate to the next district using 6 Eyes, he ran straight in that direction. Before he even reached the gate, he saw a number of guards who were already on guard. It seems they've already received the news. The speed at which information is transmitted from Meteor City seems unexpectedly fast. While thinking to herself, Suwu raised her hand from a distance and said, Kang. The gate was blown up once again. Even with prior preparations, they still couldn't stop him. The mana regeneration speed is too slow, Suwu sighed. If his mana bar is long enough, he won't need to run around to buy time to replenish it, he can just go head to head with his opponent. As long as you don't encounter someone particularly difficult, you should be able to win. He didn't like running away, but it seemed kind of fun that the other person couldn't catch him. After breaching the gate to District 11, they were met with a barrage of dense, continuous firepower. 6 Eyes can see the presence of Nen, so he can tell that most of the people behind the door are people without Nen abilities. Occasionally, a few people with Nen appear, but they don't seem to be very strong. But they were all armed. If he could activate the limitless skill, Suwu wouldn't care about these things, because bullets wouldn't even touch him when he was using the limitless skill. However, he hadn't yet obtained the limitless and reversal techniques. So you have to be careful to dodge, otherwise if you get hurt too many times, he will die. Great, this is even more fun. I don't like games that are too boring. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy raised the corners of his mouth, his smile arrogant, and the facial markings on his face added a touch of evil to his appearance. Six Eyes can observe the trajectory of bullets, which allows him to avoid them. At first, he found the dodging game somewhat interesting. But over time, constant avoidance only becomes tiresome. Unwilling to continue avoiding the bullets, there is only one other option besides bracing for them. Kill all the enemies who are armed. But we need to wait a little longer. It's almost over, the curse power hasn't recovered yet. The white-haired figure nimbly weaved through the dense hail of bullets, emerging unscathed from the hail of bullets. His 6 eyes and 360-degree field of vision allow him to avoid attacks from behind. They are very useful eyes. Besides being tired, the 6 eyes were more taxing on my brain than I had imagined. My head was throbbing, as if a saw was working diligently inside my brain. He also had intermittent nosebleeds, which forced him to wipe them with his sleeve every now and then. I'm so annoying. He bit his tongue, swallowed the gushing blood, and when he tasted the sweet, metallic flavor, he realized that his curse power was sufficient. His smile grew even more arrogant, and he quickly raised his hand. Azure. Untie. Azure. Almost without pausing, it launched 2 attacks in quick succession, instantly killing most of the people attacking from the surrounding area. Some, due to Kang's influence, didn't even leave behind intact corpses. The third approach, however, was not an attack, but rather a use of Kanglai's high-speed movement. He broke through the encirclement and stormed into District 11. Then came District 10, District 9, District 8. His already fair skin seemed to grow even whiter, and he had many more wounds on his body. The originally white hoodie was almost completely stained with blood. Tisk, an unshakable tagalong. He looked at the inverted pentagram that had appeared on the back of his hand, his tone annoyed and his expression indifferent. It came from a guy who was killed, it was something he carved before he died. It was this thing that allowed those people to keep chasing him. He hates things that others impose on him. Second District. Unlike the later districts, its exquisite and luxurious architecture is in no way inferior to high-end residences outside. Inside one of the mansions, people were talking quietly. I heard that a new ability user has appeared in District 13, causing quite a stir. Oh, it's said that they've already reached the 7th district, breaking down doors and forcing their way in. There are 3 upper districts, 6 middle districts, and 4 lower districts, making a total of 13 districts. The 7th district has now reached the 6th district. How's your strength? The vultures sent 600 men to hunt them down, but they still couldn't catch them. Are they all ability users? No, that's not it. Meteor City has a population of over 8 million, and the Vulture Gang has more than 10,000 members, 70% of whom are spread throughout the lower 4 districts. As for the upper 3 districts, there are no vultures at all. Ultimately, in the eyes of the people in the upper 3 districts, vultures are nothing more than lowly beings. The commotion is too loud. Tell the vultures to tone it down. Also, try to recruit that new ability user. If they don't listen, just kill them. They're just a troublemaker anyway. The figure hidden in the darkness spoke with the contempt of a superior for a subordinate. I know. Boom, a violent explosion rang out, and the building they were in was pierced by a beam of light that seemed to come from nowhere. The face of the man hidden in the darkness was also illuminated by the light coming through the hole. What happened? The man was taken aback at first, then flew into a rage. Who is it? How dare they? The new ability user who broke into Sector 7, they've arrived now. Second District. Upon seeing this, the person in charge of reporting immediately looked into the distance and then spoke. That is, the area where they are located. Where are the elders? Aren't they going to do anything about this commotion? The man angrily pulled out the gun from his waist, raised the barrel, and was about to aim it at the so-called new ability user. However, they found that they could not detect the other person's figure with the naked eye. The elders are on their way, the subordinate reported nervously. That guy has already rushed into Zone 1. The man raised his hand and pointed fiercely in a direction. The gate leading to Zone 1 was blown up, much like the building they were in had been bombed not long ago. I haven't seen such a grand scene in a long time. The man's expression was gloomy, and he actually laughed in anger. The last time someone was this arrogant was more than a decade ago. They were all young people with special abilities, and they all made their way from the lower city to the upper city. They even massacred several families in the 3rd district. But, in the end, those people were not punished. Instead, they became a new, untouchable force entrenched in the 3rd district. This isn't a bad thing, sir, the subordinate cautiously reminded him. The emergence of a new powerful ability user will change the situation in Meteor City. The vultures have chased him all the way from the lower city to the upper city. That ability user's strength is enough to qualify him for the upper city. What makes those vultures think they can even set foot there? Someone has to take responsibility for this commotion. Powerful ability users will not be punished, instead, they will be recruited by the forces of Meteor City. The vulnerable vultures will obviously become the scapegoats. You're right, let's get our people moving. The man nodded, his smile deepening. The existence of vultures is tacitly accepted. However, the management authority belongs to the Council of Elders. Maybe this time they can try to cut a bigger slice of cake. On the other side, a passageway in Zone 1. This is Zone 1. Su Wu walked into Zone 1 without any hindrance, observing the surrounding activity with her 6 eyes. Each passage was guarded by an ability user, but Su Wu was not stopped by those ability users when she forced her way through the passage. Even though he fought his way from District 13 to District 1, he didn't encounter any particularly troublesome ability users. The only ones chasing after him were Vulture's men. When the other party was in the 5th district, they no longer dared to openly and relentlessly pursue and kill him. However, the watchful eyes of those watching from the shadows still exist to some extent. Su Wu's goal was District 1, so she took advantage of this opportunity to rush to District 1 in one go. The eyes behind him kept following him, but they showed no intention of making a move. How interesting. When are those guys in the shadows planning to make their move? I couldn't find a way out. Su Wu looked around the vicinity. There was almost no litter in the area, instead, it was mostly filled with exquisite and luxurious residences. The people coming and going were all dressed smartly, and the children were openly running around with toys or food, their smiles radiant. They didn't look like they had ever gone hungry. At several intersections, there were people dressed as priests standing there, seemingly maintaining order. It's completely different from the previous areas. Speaking of which, should he give the guys in the shadows a chance? Thinking this through, he stood still, his 6 eyes scanning his surroundings, and then blood dripped from his nose as if it were a backlash from his power. As if afraid of being discovered that he was powerless at the moment, he hurriedly walked into a secluded alley. As soon as I stepped into the alley, a shadow fell over the surroundings, and my vision became dark. Several figures appeared simultaneously in front of him and at the exit of the alley he had just entered. After running away from us for so long, you've finally stopped. Kid, if you kill one of our men, be prepared to be killed by us. These people were exceptionally tall and looked like they were enhanced. I have no interest in being killed by trash. Su Wu wiped the blood from her face, her tone arrogant. Kang. He poured all the remaining magical power into this attack. The invisible energy gathered into a ball and was launched like a bomb, blasting the person opposite him away in one go. It blasted through several houses along the way, leaving deep trenches in the ground, and finally stopped when it crashed into a building. The spire of the church, several hundred meters away, seemed to sway. When Su Wu walked out of the alley again, he was all alone. Should I ask someone where the exit is? He muttered to himself. Come to think of it, there seemed to be several pairs of eyes following him the whole time. You can't get the answer by asking, because the exit isn't in the open, a deep male voice said. Su Wu turned around, and a figure suddenly appeared from the void behind him. It's like a teleportation ability, or perhaps a stealth ability. So you're willing to come out. Su Wu's eyes were calm, her large, upturned eyes resembling those of a feline, revealing the calm and scrutinizing gaze of a predator sizing up its prey. He knew from the beginning that someone was following him, from the 6th district until now. Of course, it wasn't just the other party. It seems you noticed me a long time ago. The man who suddenly appeared was dressed in a black robe embroidered with an inverted cross, with blonde hair and green eyes, like a priest or pastor commonly seen in a church. Thanks to you, I was able to see a play again after more than 10 years. The man clapped his hands calmly and praised. So it wasn't a vulture after all. That makes sense. If it were a vulture, it would have appeared in the alley just now. Then the other gazes probably weren't from vultures either. Are they the eyes of other factions in Meteor City? It seems the commotion he caused has indeed attracted quite a few people. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy lowered his eyebrows, revealing a hint of ferocity. Want to know how to leave here? Don't rush. The man hadn't finished speaking. Suwu stood still, seemingly bored, and stretched out her index finger, making a light swipe. The imagined sounds of cutting and blood splattering did not occur. The man was still standing there unharmed, with only a few bloody scratches on his body. The solution undoubtedly struck the opponent, but it did not sever the opponent's life. This means, the other party is a skilled Nen user, and has been using Nen to protect their body. The level of solutions he's currently using isn't enough to easily cut off the opponent, it can only break through their defenses. You really are an impatient person. The man looked at the boy opposite him, then looked down at the extra wounds on his body with his lifeless eyes. There seemed to be some kind of force on the wounds, which kept damaging them, causing blood to flow out continuously and making them difficult to heal. He felt the several invisible strikes landing on him. However, no trace was found, nor were the conditions for its use observed. With just a light swipe, he was attacked. It seems you're a pretty capable ability user. You should have some influence, right? Suwu looked at the other person thoughtfully. Six Eyes did detect the presence of ki, but he thought it was something the other person naturally possessed. After all, almost everyone in this world has ki, but ordinary people don't know how to use Nen, so their ki naturally leaks out. This is also why ordinary people don't live as long as Nen users. The Nen system is divided into 6 types: enhancement, emission, manipulation, conjuration, transmutation, and specialization. Nen users can also use the phenomenon of aura loss to disguise themselves as ordinary people, so he didn't pay much attention to the aura on people and thought it was normal. But now it seems that the other party is probably a manipulator, and this body should just be an ordinary person's body. The strange energy in the brain was added to the other party's brain by someone with a manipulator ability. Come to the church and talk to me, the man continued. After saying this, his figure vanished instantly, and this time, even the other party's aura could not be sensed. This is another rather profound way of using the word, Nyen. This guy isn't just reasonably strong, he's probably a pretty good Nen user. Suwu stood still, looking up into the distance. The church is the tallest building in District 1. Unlike the somewhat old buildings in District 13, the church in District 1 is exquisite and magnificent. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Dark red blood dripped onto the ground. It's a nosebleed. Here we go again. Suwu drooped her eyebrows in boredom and casually wiped them with her sleeve. While being chased and bleeding from the nose, he unleashed his skills. His mana bar was never full the whole way, it would be used up as soon as it recovered a little. Especially that last burst of light. So at this moment, he was drained dry once again. So he wasn't in a hurry to go to the church, but instead slowly lifted his foot, preparing to walk there leisurely. While waiting for the mana to regenerate, continue on the way. When he finally reached the church at a snail's pace, he saw several figures, covered in dust and dirt, walking out of the doorway. These were the very people who had just been blasted away by his single blow. Although covered in wounds and barely clothed, his limbs appeared intact, and a layer of tight energy tightly wrapped around his body, like a cocoon. As expected of an enhancement type, their physical attributes are indeed impressive, they're still alive. It seems that his current curse power is still too low, and his strength is still too weak. When the group saw Suwu, they glared at him fiercely, but dared not do anything near the church. They could only help each other and leave angrily. Ignoring the other party's indignation, Suwu stepped directly into the church and then unceremoniously sat down in a seat on the side. He casually picked up some fruit and snacks from the table next to him and started eating. These items are rare in the lower city, but commonplace in the upper city. Replenish sugar, replenish sugar, replenish sugar. He felt he wouldn't be in the mood to discuss anything further with anyone if he didn't replenish his sugar levels. The consequences of severe hypoglycemia can be quite serious. Even sitting inside the church, Six Eyes continued to diligently capture information, as if it would keep working as long as the owner of those eyes lived. A passive skill that cannot be stopped. This is such a hassle. There was no trace of any statues in the church, but there were quite a few members. They were not wearing uniform clothes, but they all had inverted cross ornaments or tattoos on their bodies. Furthermore, through the Six Eyes, it was learned that every member of the church possesses Nen abilities. Moreover, each person had a gun, and some even had more than one. It's clear that Meteor City isn't short of weapons. If I remember correctly, I saw someone analyze online before that Meteor City had private dealings with outside gangs, and it seems that analysis was correct. What do you want to talk to me about? After finishing all the candies on the table, Suwu felt much better and was in the mood to speak. You must have been ambushed and abandoned in Meteor City, the only guy dressed like a priest said as he sat down next to him, but his answer was irrelevant. Suwu neither admitted nor denied it, but asked in a breathy voice. What led the other party to this answer? You were thrown into Meteor City by a garbage-carrying airship after you were injured, and you ended up with the garbage. Judging from your expression, is this a power struggle within your family? Or, is Meteor City your testing ground? The man continued his analysis, his tone calm, while subtly observing the newly emerged ability user. Judging from his appearance, he was surprisingly young, but his personality was quite assertive and arrogant, while his strength was as expected. And she's very good-looking. A cool and holy appearance appears on the same person, along with evil and bizarre black tattoos. It possesses a unique charm that is both divine and ghostly. Especially those eyes, like jewels in the sky. In his opinion, the beauty of these eyes was comparable to that of the fiery red eyes, one of the 7 most beautiful eyes in the world. A distinctive appearance often indicates a special background. This guy in front of me probably has quite a background. Some special families will send their children to various places to gain experience. Meteor City is also one of their testing grounds. But for those families, Meteor City's environment could only serve as a training ground for children. For example, the infamous Zoldyck family of assassins. That family has a habit of sending their children to Meteor City to improve their strength. Therefore, the best attitude towards such outsiders is to ignore them. Did I give you permission to ask me questions? The white-haired, blue-eyed boy arrogantly raised the corners of his mouth, his tone unreadable, neither happy nor unhappy, and the black markings on his body seemed to rise and fall with his breath as if they were alive. Sure enough, she has a bad temper. I'm just asking and answering myself. The man didn't seem to care, as if he had seen many troublesome people before. After all, he was a resident of Meteor City, and he had seen many people with worse tempers than the boy across the street, and even some bizarre and eccentric perverts. Meteor City doesn't care about your motives, but this is our common home. Even if you are an outsider, I hope you can remember that. As compensation for damaging the entrances to various districts, other buildings, and the church door. The man looked the boy over but didn't see anything of value. Or rather, the most valuable thing is the other party itself. Strength, physique, and eyesight. You've been affected by the vulture's Nen ability. His gaze fell on the boy's hand. As long as you have this mark, the vultures will know your location and find you based on that location. The church can remove this mark from you. In return, you'll have to stay in Meteor City for a year and do some things for the church during that time, the blonde man said with a smile. Okay, but when I leave Meteor City a year from now, you'll need to provide me with proof of identity, Suwu said, leaning back in her chair with her head tilted back, without even looking at the person opposite her. He needed to remove the inverted pentagram mark from his body, he didn't want to endure it even for just one more day. Furthermore, you need legal identification to leave Meteor City, and you also need time to develop your character stealthily. All things considered, staying in Meteor City is a good choice. After all, the Hunter world is a high-risk place. Six Eyes had clearly shown him the exact amount of Nen possessed by everyone in the church. Of course, this analysis of information also made him feel his nose bleeding. You absolutely mustn't let it leak in front of others, it'll look rather unimpressive. Even though he knew from Six Eyes that most of the people in the church were probably quite strong, At least the amount of incantation they chanted was several times more than the amount of incantation power in his body. This means they are more enduring and have greater vitality than him. But this doesn't mean Su-woo is afraid of them, he's just so excited he almost can't help but tremble. Deal. The man ignored the other party's haughty attitude and agreed casually. Let me introduce myself. I am a member of the Elders, council responsible for managing District 12. Pampas. He seemed to only then realize that he needed to introduce himself. Just call me Hill DeVille. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy still held his head high, his voice somewhat muffled, openly devising a pseudonym to appease everyone. Hill, derived from the French word, ciel, meaning sky, was a name given to him by a foreign teacher when he was in kindergarten. When placed alongside the mist in his real name, it evokes images of a sky shrouded in mist. Of course, the other party gave the whole class English names. DeVille was a character he made up himself. I wish you a pleasant life in Meteor City, Hill, Pampas said with a blessing. Church members have their own housing, and someone will take you there later. The clothes are also provided free of charge. By the way, I hope you can start working tomorrow. His words seemed full of goodwill, but upon closer examination, one could detect an undercurrent of exploitation. Are we that short of people? Su-woo stood up, looking rather uninterested. There's no way you can be happy working for someone else. I just hope you can demonstrate your value as soon as possible, Pampas said with a smile. It doesn't look like a good thing. Su-woo didn't say anything more and was led by one of the church members to the 3rd district, to an empty house. Even the strongest ability users can only live in the 3rd district. The 1st district is where all members of the Elder Council live, but they each manage other districts. The 2nd district is the territory of the Meteor City family. The specific address depends on where you are assigned to work. Of course, after joining the church, you can freely enter and leave the 12 districts except for District 1. As long as the house is vacant, it is unclaimed and you can move in at will. Meteor City has existed for over 1,000 years, so it's not surprising that some so-called families exist there. Su-woo didn't say anything, but took the newly received supplies, which were generously sponsored by the church, and went into her place for the day. The house was empty. It looked quite nice on the outside, but the inside only had some basic furniture, making it seem a bit deserted. However, it didn't lack anything, and there was even food in the cabinet. The tap can run water, which is enough. Su-woo wasn't picky about his environment, as evidenced by the fact that he didn't seem to mind sitting on the garbage heap from the beginning. So he quickly took a shower, changed his clothes, and made sure there was no blood, dust, or strange smell on his body before lying down on the bed. The events of that single day were still quite stimulating for him. But as was his habit, he would review his day every night. Currently, I can use Jia and Kang as attack methods. Kang can also make me move at high speed, but these attacks consume a lot of mana. I don't have enough mana to use them even a few times. Also, although Six Eyes can detect the trajectory of my telekinesis, and my physical abilities are decent, they are still not strong enough, and my reaction speed is not fast enough. If my mana bar is depleted and someone gets close, I will have no way to fight back. I need to find a way to increase my mana, improve my reaction speed, and learn some close combat skills. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, reflecting on the areas where he hadn't done well enough, and finally summarized the aspects that needed improvement. Nosebleed God of War, good, good, good. The clothes provided by the church were very simple. How simple. Just an old man's vest and a pair of shorts. Oh right, speaking of which. Before reaching Zone 3, all the children I saw along the way seemed to be wearing similar clothes. Why? To save on fabric. Su-woo, wearing an old man's vest, walked slowly to work with his eyes closed. Although his mana bar had been fully replenished overnight and he could use Kang to move at high speed, who would use mana on their way to work. The old man's V-neck vest revealed the black tattoos on his arms and neck, while his skin was snow white, creating a striking contrast between black and white that gave him a strange and sinister charm. He works at a church in the 12th arrondissement, which is also the area managed by Pampas. The church there is very large and has a lot of staff. Apart from the church members, all the residents are children under the age of 8. The man, who looked to be in his 30s but was very burly and robust, with brown hair and eyes, dressed as a priest, seemed to have a very good temper and began to explain the situation. My name is Sid, the priest of District 12. These are children abandoned in Meteor City, most of them were abandoned shortly after birth. You'll understand when you start working. We will teach these children how to survive in Meteor City from a young age. After they turn 8, they can no longer stay in District 12 and will need to go to District 13 to survive. The children in Meteor City have all sorts of hair and eye colors, black, red, blonde, brown, and all kinds of races. From this perspective, Meteor City is not only a garbage dump, but also a large-scale abandoned baby shelter. The church's job is to handle garbage, and of course, there are many kinds of garbage. When he talked about garbage, the man's eyes darkened, and his tone became somewhat dangerous. Clearly, cleaning up trash is not as simple as it sounds. The members of the 12th district are not only responsible for teaching these kids every day, but also for patrolling the area west of Meteor City to bring back abandoned babies who are still breathing. As for children over 8 years old outside of District 12, they can survive on their own. The man said this with an air of confidence that children over 8 years old could live independently. A white-haired, blue-eyed boy with black tattoos on his face and body sat on a church table, swinging his legs lightly and drinking a bottle of milk in one hand. This is specially supplied to the children in District 12. The church will actually support these children for free until they are 8 years old. Su Wu's tone was somewhat subtle. In his imagination, Meteor City was a place where even 4 or 5-year-old children were extremely ruthless and would kill for a piece of bread. In reality, the children in Meteor City actually get along quite harmoniously. They play and bicker, not much different from the outside world. This regulation only came into effect a little over a decade ago. Residents from earlier times, like myself, didn't receive such good treatment, Sid said with a hint of envy. The existence of District 12 came about after a group consulted with the Elders' Council. Originally, Meteor City only had 12 districts. After that group appeared, the outer part of the 12 districts became the 13th district, and the inner part became the current 12 districts. His words revealed his praise for that so-called group. That's a really kind sponsoring organization. Su Wu nodded casually, and then grabbed another bottle of milk. This is for those children, you. Sid's eyes were subtle, and his tone was strange. Well, this newcomer is just a kid too, I'll just have to put up with it. Drink less, he finally said. Su Wu turned a deaf ear to this. Although she did not go to look specifically, Luyan had already observed the situation of the children in the church quite well. They were all emitting air from their heads, clearly none of them could recite anything, but their physical strength was quite good, and they already had muscles at such a young age. The boys wore the same old-fashioned vests as Su Wu, while the girls wore vests with more fabric for sleeves, and all wore matching black shorts. District 12 has a large open space that they use as their training ground. Throughout the 12th district, one could see people, with over 100 priests, each leading a group of children. A group of children were having a fierce battle. Even those who lost and were knocked to the ground weren't angry, instead, they got up and continued the fight. Because of the large number of children, the scene was quite overwhelming for a moment. As he watched, he began to get bored. I'm going on patrol. He jumped off the table and disappeared into District 12 in an instant. He's probably just slacking off, Sid scoffed. The white-haired brat's boredom was blatantly obvious on his face, with no intention of hiding it. Why would the Pampas assign a kid with this kind of personality to District 12? The kids in District 12 were getting restless when they saw a kid who wasn't much older than them, and they weren't as focused on training as usual. What are you looking at? If you don't want to be killed on your first day after being kicked out of District 12, then get back to training. Sid yelled at a group of children. After that, the children visibly became more focused during their training. Su Wu didn't immediately go to patrol District 13, but instead strolled around Meteor Street. The gate he blasted down yesterday has been replaced overnight, and the residents of each district are very calm, as if it's nothing out of the ordinary. Just like yesterday when he was being chased, the residents calmly walked past him and went about their business. The atmosphere in Meteor City is very special, which has given its residents a unique quality. His indifferent emotions were very stable. Which district is the Phantom Troop in again? Suwu slowly walked among the garbage heaps in District 13, watching people in protective suits rummage through the trash and sort it into different categories. The images of dead infants are frequently seen. Babies whose umbilical cords hadn't even been cut died prematurely in this garbage dump. The cleaners all seemed quite natural, clearly used to this scene. There's still one alive here. One of the cleaners held up what he was holding, his voice calm, showing no joy for the surviving life, just as they showed no sorrow for the dead. Let's take him back to District 12 first. The garbage collector handed the baby to Suwu, who was standing idly to the side. He didn't wear protective clothing like the others, nor did he join them in sorting the garbage. Instead, he stood aside and watched. They just look at the sky, the ground, and the garbage, but they don't do any work. When the cleaner handed him the baby, he frowned and didn't reach out, as if facing a monstrous flood. Handing me a baby. Is it for me to eat? He smiled and licked his lips, as if his appetite had been aroused. He looks like a monster now. Sukuna prefers the bodies of children and young women, whose flesh must taste much better than that of other groups. Take him to District 12, the cleaner said, each word distinct, a growing sense of pressure emanating from him. Lu Yan observed that the other party's aura was exceptionally strong. Sure enough, the church's cleaners were also Nen users. Nen users from Meteor City either work for the church or for outside gangs and nobles. For example, some of the servants in the Zoldyck family come from Meteor City. Tisk, I'll let you off this time since you're both church members. Suwu took the baby with a displeased expression. If you talk to me like that again. He gently raised his right hand. Azure. The sanitation worker was instantly blasted away by the cannonball-like energy, crashing through several mountains of garbage before finally coming to a stop. When the other person crawled out of the garbage heap, their clothes were completely tattered. I'll kill you. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy with black tattoos lowered his brows and warned in a low voice. Although with his current magical power, he might not be able to do this easily, others don't know that, but in other people's eyes, he has to do it. He has to be fierce enough and have a strong enough personality. And scaring others is really fun. Congratulations, host. Your compatibility with the two-faced Sukuna has increased to 15%. The system notification sounded suddenly, and Suwu's brows relaxed, her mood visibly improving. The strongest in the nurturing system. The sanitation worker, having emerged from the garbage heap and returned to his original spot, said nothing more and continued working diligently. There was no anger, as if subconsciously obeying the principle of the strong being respected. As long as you are strong enough, you can do anything. Suwu slowly walked back to District 12 with the baby in his arms. He dared not use Kang, even with his current physical condition. Using Kang would cause him some minor injury, let alone the baby in his arms. I'm afraid that by the time we finish using the Azure Dragon and reach the church in District 12, the child will have died. I hate kids. Suwu frowned, looking at the little devil in her arms with a mixture of disgust and fear. The little devil was not very pretty and even looked a bit ugly, like a hairless monkey. It is too weak and fragile. Even in real life, when relatives ask him to hold or look after children during holidays, he avoids them like the plague. Then his eyes lit up. He saw a group of children passing by, rushed over to them, shoved the baby into one of the children's hands, said a few words, and quickly withdrew. Take him away quickly. The child who was unexpectedly given a small baby looked to be only 5 or 6 years old, and his posture in holding the baby was both skillful and a little cautious. West Germany. More children have been brought in. Several children rushed into the church, shouting as they ran, as if this was not the first time this had happened. Free from her burdens, Suwu leisurely followed the children into the church. In the open space, a large group of children were still training. There was also a group of people sitting to the side, resting and playing, sweating profusely. Take him to the nursery. The brown-haired, brown-eyed man, who looked more like a boxer than a priest, sat cross-legged on the ground. Upon hearing the voice, he simply opened his eyes and calmly looked at the passageway beside him. The church has a dedicated nursery with hundreds of babies inside. The older children lived in empty houses outside the church. As long as we're in District 12, we don't have to worry about the children getting hurt. Okay. Several children happily carried the baby to the nursery. In their eyes, it meant they had gained another brother or sister. Does cleaning up trash mean sorting it? How boring. Suwoo stood in front of Zide, looking at the muscle shape that could be seen even through his clothes, and curiously reached out to touch it. Your physical strength is really impressive, he complimented, patting you on the left and right. Is it also an enhancement type? Its Nen level seems pretty good too. Taking a direct hit from him might only send you staggering back a short distance, leaving you completely unharmed. As expected, it's a high-risk world for hunters. Meteor City is full of hidden talents. Have you touched me enough? Sid asked patiently, his brows furrowed. A brat with no sense of boundaries. Are they close enough that they can touch each other casually? It was just a touch. How stingy, Suwoo said casually as she withdrew her hand. Since she has the physique of a male bodhisattva, she should learn from him and stand on the street letting people touch her freely. West Germany was so angry at the other party's self-righteous attitude that it took its breath away. How many years has it been since I've encountered such an annoying brat? A cheerful voice suddenly came from outside the door, greeting everyone. Hey, Sid, playing with your kids again. A blond young man and a tall, muscular man with a scar on his face walked into the church together, followed by two other figures carrying large and small bags. You guys are back. You're here to deliver things again. How long will you be staying this time? You're not leaving again tomorrow, are you? Sid seemed to know the two very well and chatted warmly with them. Suwoo, quite naturally, stepped forward and began rummaging through the supplies the two had brought. Grab a handful of candy first. Drink a bottle of milk first. Apple, have one first. 2 bananas, please. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a white-haired brat who looked like a bandit, and West Germany felt a sudden itch in his gums. Even if we want to eat, can't we wait until these two outsiders leave? Don't make it seem like the church is mistreating us. Hill, stop eating. Sid tried to control himself from making a contorted facial expression. Who are they? Suwoo ignored West Germany's attempts to stop her and asked while munching on an apple. A blond, blue-eyed young man in a martial arts uniform, and a burly, scarred man who was 2.5 meters tall with hair as long as a hedgehog's. It feels somewhat familiar. Although there is a difference in appearance after the paper doll is turned into a 3-dimensional real person, the remaining features are still enough for him to recognize the person. Sherlock and Uvigen are also members of the largest sponsoring group in District 12. They basically only appear in Meteor City once a year and leave after only 2 days. You just happened to run into them this time. Sid, wanting to avoid the problem, only looked at Sherlock and Uvigen and introduced them. Ah, the funding group behind District 12. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy nodded calmly. The biggest sponsor behind District 12 is actually the Phantom Troop. The Phantom Troop, also known as the Spiders, consists of 13 members with spider tattoos. They will stop at nothing to get what they want, committing all sorts of atrocities, including arson, murder, robbery, and murder. They are all Class A wanted criminals. A group of Class A wanted criminals are secretly doing charity work and raising children. It's clear he hasn't been reading enough comics, which is why he's making such a fuss. And it seems the swordsman class is a skill-based class, so if that's the case. The two people who came in carrying things behind Krollo and Uvigen, their Nen abilities should belong to Krollo. It seems they didn't help carry the things voluntarily. Could this be? The swordsman seemed to be asking Suwoo, but his eyes were looking at Shida. Hildeville, the new brat who joined the church, the guy who caused yesterday's commotion. Sid introduced the man calmly, his tone showing no concern for yesterday's events. Such a young ability user. Is he 12 years old? The knight's smile was sunny and cheerful, his appearance extremely deceptive. Those who are unaware of the situation will be easily deceived by the other person's appearance. But Suwoo knew the other party's true nature. You look about the same age as me except for your height, you have a blonde baby face, Suwoo replied casually. Ahem. Sid coughed and gestured to Suwoo with his eyes. This is a sponsor from District 12, so please be polite. I'll take that as a compliment on how young I look, the swordsman replied without batting an eye or getting out of breath, showing no anger whatsoever. I heard that vultures were chasing you yesterday. It's a pity we didn't see you fight back. We don't have a very good relationship with vultures either, the swordsman lied through his teeth. They had never had any contact with the vultures, and the other party would never be so foolish as to offend a member of the brigade. I'm not a clown performing for people. If you want to see a show, go to the circus. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy spoke with disdain, his attitude seemingly impervious to reason. They are difficult to approach and extremely unlikable. The knight-errant makes an initial assessment of the other person's character. The person who didn't pay much attention to him took the initiative to approach the silent Uvijin. Your muscles tell you your close combat skills must be excellent. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy naturally reached out and stroked Uvijin's arm. Let's have a fight, he said to himself, as if suddenly seized by a sudden interest. I don't play with children, Uvijin refused in a low voice. What does it matter? Just play a match with Hill. The swordsman said with a smile, patting Uvijin's arm. One is 2.5 meters tall and the other is 1.8 meters tall. It would be quite difficult for them to put their arms around each other's shoulders. Uvijin glanced at the other person. Their troop's strategist was all smiles, his true emotions unreadable, but the other person must have his own thoughts. I will neither whitewash the Phantom Troop nor join it. The storyline about the Phantom Troop when they were young mentioned that they occasionally did charity work and also funded the arms industry in Meteor City, which made me feel that there was nothing wrong with them sponsoring the children in Meteor City. This is all original content, all OOC is mine. After being persuaded by the knight, Uvijin finally agreed to fight Su Wu. Go fight in the open, but don't damage the church in District 12 or the nearby houses, Sid shouted to the two men, arms crossed. The two worked together to reach an open space. West Germany and the knight stood watching from a short distance away. Don't worry, Uvijin knows what he's doing, the knight said with a smile, waving his hand reassuringly. As soon as he finished speaking, Uvijin raised his hand and punched the white-haired boy, a red light appearing on his fist. The man, who was 2.5 meters tall, had a huge, beast-like body, with hard, strong muscles that bulged like a copper wall and fists that looked like small missiles. Just as the blow was about to hit the boy, the opponent vanished instantly, his heavy fist slamming into the ground with a deafening roar, sending up countless pebbles. West Germany glanced at the knight-errant. That's it. This is what you call having sense of propriety. You're telling me that enhancement users have sense of propriety. Enhancement-type characters are so single-minded, when they fight, all they think about is winning or losing. Ha ha ha, Uvijin takes battles very seriously. Don't worry, he won't really kill you, after all, you're still here. Shalnark explained calmly with a hearty smile. Beneath the smile, however, lay an extremely rational demeanor, her eyes fixed intently on the two combatants, attempting to discern Hill's ability tendencies. However, nothing could be seen. The kid's aura was perfectly normal, just like that of an ordinary person who couldn't recite scriptures. The way it attacked and the way it stood were both full of flaws. He doesn't seem like someone who can fight at all. Even if you randomly picked a kid from Meteor City, their posture wouldn't be so full of flaws. Currently, it seems that he only uses blink to dodge Uvijin's attacks. It would occasionally pop up and punch Uvijin, but it didn't cause any damage. Instead, it increased Uvijin's impatience. And the longer it went on, the more injuries the white-haired boy would accumulate. Uvijin clearly didn't hit the opponent at all. Why is that kid bleeding more and more blood, looking increasingly miserable? I say, your church isn't planning to let him scam us, is it? The knight's smile was somewhat stiff, and beads of sweat seemed to be silently sliding down his forehead. Is it because they feel their annual funding is not enough, so they plan to extort money from them in this way? Sid's face flushed red, seemingly outraged. How could the church do such a thing? He retorted irritably. The two fighters ignored the reactions of the knight and Sid on the sidelines. Uvijin was annoyed by this guy who he couldn't touch and who kept popping up to punch him. The force of each punch increased, each one kicking up a pile of pebbles and dust, like a mini earthquake. When Su Wu uses Kang Flash, he is occasionally hit by pebbles. Almost all of his injuries come from these stones. After all, when using Kang, he cannot dodge these stones within a small area and will instead collide with them violently. To dodge, one must give up attacking, but his purpose in fighting Uvijin was to practice close combat reflexes, micromanagement of cursed power, and the legendary Black Flash. The principle behind Black Flash is that it creates a critical hit by the spatial distortion caused by physical attacks and spell impacts within 0.00001 seconds. A critical hit usually occurs once in hundreds or thousands of normal attacks. However, the delay of the curse power can be reduced by manipulating the curse power, thereby increasing the probability of the Black Flash appearing. For Gojo Satoru, who has 6 eyes, it should be quite simple, but it is said that no sorcerer or spirit can completely withstand his Black Flash attack. Currently, Suwoo's skill level is still inferior to that of Gojo Satoru himself. Even with the assistance of the 6-eyed one, his micromanagement of curse power is still somewhat clumsy. So he abandoned other attack methods and only used Kang to dodge the opponent's attacks, trying again and again, clenching his fist, betting on the appearance of Black Flash. Once he wins the bet, he can grasp that feeling. In the end, even Uvijin gave up attacking, focusing instead on using his movement skills to catch his opponent. Just as a fight was about to turn into a ghost-catching game, the swordsman clapped his hands and stopped the impending farce. All right, you've just been keeping Hill company for a bit. That's about enough time, we should head back now, the blonde, blue-eyed youth said with a bright smile. Uvijin stopped what he was doing, and the expression on his scarred face looked utterly ferocious. Kid, that's not how you fight, he said, and walked over to the swordsman. The white-haired boy no longer used the azure sword. He stood among a pile of rubble, looking down at his fist. Blood was flowing from wounds on his forehead, cheeks, and limbs, and blood was constantly gushing from his nose. He looked incredibly miserable, yet he only clenched his fist with a regretful tone. It failed, I couldn't even type it. Black Flash is indeed not that easy to obtain. Even professional sorcerers rely on luck for this skill. How could someone who has only possessed sorcery power for 2 days possibly use it so quickly? Using the 6-eyed manipulation technique in combat yielded good results. Previously, he would deplete his mana bar after using a few skills. After trying the spell power micromanagement, he can now activate skills with relatively less spell power, saving a lot of mana and allowing him to use skills more often at once. Overall, this battle against Uvijin was somewhat rewarding. It was a free fight, so it was definitely worthwhile, and I even made a profit. After all, sparring partners of the guild's caliber are not easy to find. Moreover, now Uvijin and Shalnark will think that his strength is very average and his abilities are nothing special, so they don't have to worry about being targeted by the Phantom Troop. This achieves multiple goals at once. Thinking of this, Suwoo raised her head and called out to the figure that had already turned and walked nearly 100 meters away. Come visit again next time, Uvijin. The two people didn't stop walking, as if they hadn't heard him at all, and continued walking without hesitation, even seeming to speed up. Sid stood there with his arms crossed, his face expressionless, looking at the kid covered in blood but seemingly unaffected, before finally saying, "Come with me," and turning to leave. Suwoo was a little confused, but she still followed the other person into the church. He was then seated and his wounds were treated. Sid put a bandage on the boy's head to stop the bleeding, looking at him with a hesitant tone. What? Suwoo had 2 wads of paper stuffed in her nose, her head wrapped in bandages, but she was holding an apple and starting to eat it. How did you get into the church with your abilities? Sid asked, sounding utterly bewildered. Based solely on the opponent's recent battle with Uvijin, there are quite a few things to criticize. Especially considering that Uvijin hadn't even touched anyone, this kid was made so disheveled by the rubble from Uvijin's punches. Although every punch landed on Uvijin, it didn't actually do any damage at all. With that kind of ability, shouldn't he have joined the church? I heard that Pampus himself personally invited him. Is Pampus your dad? If Pampus has kids, your age seems reasonable. Although you have white hair and Pampus has blonde hair, do you look like your mom? Sid began to imagine his boss Pampus's romantic escapades. The main reason was the strength the other party had just displayed. He wouldn't believe it if Pampus hadn't pulled strings to get them in. You really are an enhancement type. Suwoo simply gave this assessment. As we all know, enhancement type characters aren't very good at using their brains. In other words, he was subtly implying that West Germany was not smart. You're the enhancement type, Sid retorted loudly. Oh, it's not an enhancement type, and it doesn't look like a manipulation or transmutation type either. Is it a specialization type, emission type, or conjuration type? It feels more like an emission type, since emission and enhancement types are practically inseparable. Suwu continued munching on her apple while silently pondering the situation. Knight Wojnarowski, so weak. Suwu, nodding haphazardly with eyes closed. JPG. If I were writing a story where the protagonist is 100% invincible from the start and sweeps through everything, then the development would be something like Uvijin being greatly shocked. This kid is terrifyingly powerful. But I like the raising genre, haha. Have you figured out that kid's abilities? The swordsman asked as he returned to the group's lodging. The people who had been manipulated had already been released, leaving only him and Uvijin. Aside from teleportation, I haven't discovered any other abilities, and his strength isn't particularly high either, Uvijin said in a deep voice. I really don't know if the so-called vultures are too weak, or if the church's conditions for joining are really that lenient now, the knight said casually, his hands behind his head. At the same time, they stepped into the guild's base. Their leader, as always, sat in his seat reading a book. Lev, covered in bandages, stood like a shadow beside Krollo, the leader, alongside Pakunoda. Maki sat alone to one side, while Finks and Faden played games, and Franklin and Nobunaga sat together. You seem to be a little late coming home today. Did something happen on the way? Upon hearing the sound, Franklin and Nobunaga looked up and greeted the two men. Franklin asked a question while glancing at Uvijin. I played with one of the church kids for a while, Uvijin replied casually as he sat cross-legged beside the two. As for the specific details of the battle, there's not much to say. The church kid, that ability user from yesterday. How strong is he? Kuroro, who was looking down at his book, looked up and suddenly asked. Yesterday, the Phantom Troop was not in Meteor City, but outside. Most of the time, their members are scattered all over the world, and they only gather together occasionally for big events. Even today, not all of their members have arrived. I just took some time to come back and bring back some things for my fellow townsmen from Meteor Street who are also living elsewhere. They are not the only benefactors in Meteor City. His escape ability is alright, but there's nothing else worth mentioning, Shalnark replied thoughtfully as he sat down next to Faden. At least that's what he saw. I see. Then there's no need to worry about it too much. Kuroro casually tossed out a sentence and then looked down at the book in his hands again. The troop's base returned to silence and quiet, yet it exuded an atmosphere of harmony and tacit understanding. In the church on the other side, Sid looked at the white-haired boy sitting idly to the side, munching on food, and spoke coldly. From now on, you'll be training with those kids. Suwu paused her chewing for a moment and looked at the other person. When you are gazed upon by those azure eyes that seem to hold the flow of clouds, your heart will always skip a beat. West Germany thought the other side was going to argue, but instead heard them say, their training intensity is not enough for me. Suwu spoke calmly and seriously. His current physical condition is already quite good, but he hasn't fully realized his potential. It's like having a treasure chest without realizing it. If you want to unleash your body's potential, training is definitely a good option. Previously, he had sparred with Uvijin, and since he only used his fists, the magical power added to his fists was negligible. He was just testing whether he could unleash the Black Flash, so his opponent felt it was just average. After all, he wasn't fighting seriously. If he could easily defeat Uvijin, how boring would this world be? He didn't mind training with other children, but the intensity of that training was of no use to him. Wait a minute, I need to contact Pampas. Sid said, taking out his phone and starting to contact Pampas. You can use a phone in Meteor City too. That makes sense. Although it's a garbage dump, it's not like there's no internet signal at all. Otherwise, how would we get information from the outside world? It's just that ordinary residents can't even get a mobile phone. The call connected quickly, and before Pampas on the other end could speak, West Germany spoke first. Can I borrow Sap for a moment? What kind of props are you making now? Wait a moment, I'll have him come over in a bit. Pampas asked casually, not expecting an answer, and replied very readily. By the way, is the new kid your son? Sid suddenly remembered the question that had flashed through his mind before hanging up the phone and asked with great curiosity. Are you crazy? Pampas's tone was cold, with a hint of disbelief. Have West Germany finally gone mad with raising kids? Seeing a child and assuming it's his son. The call was abruptly ended, and Sid chuckled as he looked at the boy beside him. The smile on the other person's face seemed to carry a hint of mockery, or perhaps a sense of boredom with his absurd ideas. Fortunately, the other party didn't intend to make him continue to feel awkward, and simply asked casually, who is Sap? He's also a member of the church, and his abilities are somewhat special, the West said vaguely. Half an hour later, Suwu met Sap. The other person was also dressed as a priest, and he was 2 meters tall, with exceptionally well-developed muscles, and a shiny bald head. He's a good candidate to become a martial monk. Hey, Sap, I'll have to trouble you this time too, but not for me, it's for this kid. Sid greeted him familiarly, pointing at Su Wu. Same as you. Sap looked at Su Wu, but asked about West Germany. Let's start with 20 kilograms, Sid said, stroking his chin. So Sap pulled out a few black iron bars from his clothes and bent them into rings with his bare hands. Give me your hand, he gestured to Su Wu. Su Wu cooperated by extending his hands, and the next second, 2 black rings were placed on his hands. At the same time, a force of gravity caused his hands to involuntarily sink downwards. Lift your foot, Sap continued. Su Wu looked at her heavy hands and lifted her feet. Immediately afterwards, I felt a surge of gravity in my feet. 20 kilograms, it turns out, refers to 1 iron ring weighing 20 kilograms. 4 iron rings mean that he is now carrying a weight of 160 kilograms. But his physical condition is indeed good, he can still move, just a little slower. Although this is nothing to his body, he still cannot fully control his current body. It's like a poor person suddenly having $1 trillion but not knowing how to spend it. Of course, if you use spell power to strengthen your body, then it won't be so difficult. But since it's training for the body, there's no need to use magical power. If you use magical power, then everything loses its meaning. Wearing these training clothes is fine, but are you going to let those kids fight me? Su Wu stood there, warming up her limbs slowly. The iron rings didn't seem to weigh much at first. Did Sap do something to make them heavier? It looks like it's an enhancement type, but it turns out it isn't. I'm leaving. Sap left very decisively after finishing everything. I'll have to trouble you again in a month, Sid said, waving goodbye. Should I take it off in a month? Su Wu asked casually, glancing down at the seemingly ordinary black ring on her hand. Speaking of which, this black bracelet actually matches the tattoo on his hand quite well. No, we'll increase the intensity again in a month. Also, your training opponent will be me. Sid's smile inexplicably revealed a sinister aura. Increasing the weight to 160 pounds or more. In other words, his current body can handle it. If it were his previous physical condition, the current load would have made him impotent and furious. But now, he has high expectations for the future. He wanted to obtain unprecedented power that he had never had the chance to acquire before. The world is so big, since we've come all this way, we should at least see it all. Strong strength is the prerequisite for everything. Then let's go. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy with black facial markings spoke with obvious delight, his smile radiant. The training program prepared by West Germany consisted of dodgeball. The ball, an energy blast he created using his mind. Player, Su Wu. The game venue is the open space in front of the church in District 12. The audience, all the children in District 12. At that moment, a group of children dressed in matching old-fashioned vests or long-sleeved shirts stood 200 meters away, craning their necks to watch. The open space was recently disturbed by Uvijan's fists and was now uneven and full of gravel, making it easy to trip over. This is also why West Germany chose to hold the game here. To step outside this circle is to fail. Kid, are you ready? A brown-haired, brown-eyed man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a strong physique and muscles that were clearly visible even through the priest's clothes, stood in the rubble and asked in a loud voice. He looked at the boy standing opposite him, who seemed a little unaccustomed to the gravity ring on his body. Before the other party could react, he raised both hands and formed psychic energy into dozens of psychic bullets, which shot towards the other party. As expected, it's an emission type, Su Wu said, looking at the formed psychic bullet, unsurprised. You are not allowed to come near here, Sid said, turning to the group of children watching. If the energy blast he prepared for the other party had hit another child, they would probably have to lie in bed for days. Although the other person didn't seem to be much older than these children, maybe 11 or 12 at most. Or 12. But unlike other children, the other child was born with Nen, and those eyes were the best proof of that. Like having fiery red eyes, this innate ability is possessed by natural-born special ability users. For example, the Kurta clan. However, their innate talent, which surpassed that of ordinary people, also made them a target, ultimately leading to their extermination. Okay, the children responded sparsely. The area was a circle with a diameter of 100 meters, dozens of psychic bullets were fired, and there were pebbles blocking the way. The weight on my body prevented me from using my magical powers. Six Eyes doesn't count because it's a passive skill. As long as the user isn't blind, the ability will continue to operate. At that moment, Six Eyes clearly saw the trajectory of the psychic bullet. The bullet, made of psychic power, trailed a long, colorful tail, like a meteor shower, beautiful yet dangerous. Despite the stiffness caused by the weights, Su Wu still managed to move her body, rolling to the side and then leaping up without thinking, making a series of clumsy movements in an attempt to dodge the poisonous meteor. Just as a meteorite hitting the ground creates a crater, the meteor bullets made of psychic energy, after being dodged by Su Wu, landed directly on the open ground, creating small craters upon impact and sending up bursts of flying sand and stones. This made Su Wu, who was already struggling to dodge, even more disheveled. Upon seeing this, Sid's figure vanished instantly and reappeared behind Su Wu the next second. Users of the emission type can also achieve instantaneous movement after training their abilities. Not only do you have to dodge the ball, but you also have to dodge me. He reached out and placed his hand on Su Wu's shoulder, and the next second his other hand unexpectedly struck the other's lower back. Su Wu was knocked off balance by the punch and fell forward, colliding head-on with the incoming psychic bullet. Several psychic projectiles struck his body simultaneously, and his already swaying body was knocked backward by the impact of the projectiles. It seems this power isn't enough for you, Sid said thoughtfully. The next moment, the number of psychic bullets suddenly doubled, and their size also increased. Keep it up, West Germany said with a friendly smile. The occasional sounds of being hit by telekinetic projectiles made the children watching look on with lingering fear. That's terrible. It must look very painful. It hurts even more than our training. A group of people whispered among themselves, watching the figure on the open ground not far away. The snow-white bandage that was originally wrapped around his forehead was now stained red with blood, and his body was covered with many more wounds, big and small, and his nose was bleeding like crazy. In the Six Eyes' vision, a barrage of psychic projectiles, like a meteor shower falling from the sky, relentlessly attacked him. Panting, Su Wu wiped away the blood from her nose and immediately left the spot the moment Lu Yan sensed the movement. However, West Germany's fists and feet would occasionally appear around him, punching or kicking him and sending him in front of the telekinetic bullets, so that he could be baptized by the telekinetic bullet meteor shower. It was as if the invisible yet dense and omnipresent drizzle was carried by the gale and soaked him from head to toe, who had no umbrella. Unable to use his abilities, he had no way to dodge. His eyes saw it, his mind reacted, but his body couldn't keep up. When the day's games ended, he lay on the ground covered in blood and bruises, panting heavily. Your physical condition is really good. Sid praised the kid, who was exhausted and looked miserable. Even though his white hair had become filthy, this brat had taken nearly 1,000 psychic bullets from him. Even so, he was just exhausted. Looking at the bruises, swelling and bleeding wounds all over his body, there were actually no particularly serious injuries. These were just superficial injuries. As long as his strength recovered, he would definitely be able to run and jump again. Su Wu struggled to her feet, brushing off her clothes and dusty white fur while calming her breathing. After a moment, she revealed a confident and arrogant smile and said, "Of course. When he laughed, the muscles in his face stretched the wound on his face wider, but he didn't react much. Instead, he asked casually, "Aren't you going to continue? I'm still far from my limit." A brat who's obsessed with saving face. Sid chuckled inwardly, but having been taking care of children for several years, he didn't call the other person out on it, he simply waved his hand understandingly. "Ah, that's enough for today, let's talk again tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Suwoo turned and walked away. He found a nice house in District 12, which was originally occupied by a group of kids, but after he took a liking to it, he simply snatched it away. Anyway, those kids were quite self-aware. Knowing they couldn't beat him, they voluntarily ran to another house. Back in the house, he closed the door and collapsed to the floor, not wanting to move at all. It hurt so much. His eyes were vacant, and his thoughts were somewhat dazed. Is this what you have to go through to become invincible in the early stages? System, when will you give me the no limit and reversal techniques? He couldn't help but urge the system. If there were no limits and no reversal spells, he could train until he ran out of mana to use the reversal spells before stopping. If you get injured, heal yourself, and continue training until you can no longer use the reversal technique. However, if that were to be done, West Germany would be the first to run out of energy. When the host's compatibility with Gojo Satoru reaches 60, the host will obtain the No Limits skill. When the compatibility with Sukuna reaches 60, the host will obtain the reversal technique. Obtain a domain skill when you achieve a compatibility level of 80 with 2 characters. When the combined character compatibility reaches 50, the shop function will be unlocked. The system's answer was meaningless to Suwoo at this moment. It's like a painted pie, you can see it, but you can't eat it. Then why did I get 3 skills at the start? Suwoo asked, puzzled. That's a guarantee provided by the system to ensure the host doesn't end up dying immediately after landing. The system reserves the right of interpretation. So the system gave him a backdoor from the very beginning. Otherwise, he might not have been able to use his abilities at all when he first fell. Alright then. Suwoo accepted this explanation. If you're invincible from the start, it'll be just like those low-quality browser games where you can reach level 999 with a single hit. There's no fun to be had. This kind of step-by-step approach is actually more exciting and provides a better experience. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knocking sound from outside the door. The person knocking was very strong and showed no sign of stopping. The door and even the ground were shaking. "I left the first aid kit at your door," Sid's voice reached Suwoo's ears. He slowly got up and went to open the door. There was no one at the door, only a first aid kit sitting quietly on the ground. The raising genre confirmed. Time flew by as Suwoo was engrossed in making progress, until Pampus suddenly appeared and he realized that he had been in Meteor City for some time. He was a top student and often lost track of time when doing problems. In the past, he would often work on problems from morning until midnight, only putting down his pen when his family told him to stop. The only problem is that everyone assumes he can read it and doesn't need to learn it specifically, let alone be taught how to use it. Suwoo couldn't just tell them, "I really can't read," otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain how he blew up the door all the way from District 13 to District 1, or how he managed to teleport. As for Nen abilities, he can only figure them out by himself for now. I've heard that besides proper training, there are other methods, such as training by getting beaten up. Let's see if we can learn it during training. It should be similar to the way in which incantations are used. Incantations are born from negative emotions, while thoughts are life energy. Pampus appeared just as Suwoo finished a training session and was resting. It was afternoon, but the sky over Meteor City didn't seem to change much. There was no blood-red sunset, only black smoke that seemed to never dissipate. Every day, a large amount of garbage is burned, producing a lot of black smoke that rises into the sky. This means that no matter when you look up, the sky outside Meteor City always looks the same. It was gloomy and obscure, as if even sunlight couldn't penetrate the layer of smoke to reach this area. The blonde man suddenly appeared in front of Suwoo, who was sitting alone. "It's been a while since I last saw you. What happened to you?" His eyes held a mixture of scrutiny and surprise. Suwoo thought to herself that it must be because she looked rather disheveled. The bruises and wounds from each day's training would heal by the next day, making West Germany's training methods increasingly rigorous. The initial plan of gaining weight once a month has been changed to gaining weight whenever Suwu adapts to the weight rings on her body. So far, Suwu has gained weight 6 times. He himself doesn't know the exact weight. Each time, Sap's hand touches the ring on his body and the weight increases. But the feeling of gradually becoming stronger is wonderful, just like when he participated in a math competition, solving problems, defeating opponents, and winning first place. Thinking of this, Suwu's smile revealed a hint of pleasure, and she said in a very relaxed tone, "Just routine training. Do you train yourself to this level on a daily basis?" Pampas looked at the boy's face and recalled the boy's impeccable appearance when they first met. Even when engaging in arrogant and unappealing behavior, she remains so beautiful that one can't help but admire the unique and superior quality of her face. Looking at this disheveled face now, almost unrecognizable, Pampas couldn't help but think it was a waste of talent. That face was so beautiful that even if Suwu offered to sell herself for 1 billion jenny, Pampas would buy it without hesitation. Because he was confident he could sell the other person's face for a higher price. But the fact that the other side's daily training was so demanding made Pampas feel that his initial choice was correct. This kid is destined to become a strong person. It was worth it for him to stop the Vulture Gang, other families in Meteor Street, and other elders from taking the man to the 12th district, which he was in charge of. "Where's Sid?" Pampas looked around but couldn't find Sid anywhere, so he had to ask Suwu. "Him." The white-haired boy seemed to chuckle with a hint of schadenfreude. "Let's change in the church," he said casually. "Why change into clothes in broad daylight?" Pampas asked, walking towards the church. As soon as he moved, the children playing at the church entrance saw him. "Lord Pampas, you've come to visit Lord Sid again." "Lord Pampas, I came in first this time." "Lord Pampas." The blond man seemed to be very prestigious among the children in District 12 and was admired by them. As soon as they saw the other person appear, they couldn't wait to surround them and enthusiastically strike up a conversation. The dirty, sweaty, and dusty children surrounded the Pampas in layers. Pampas handled the group of children with ease. "Yes, West Germany and I are good friends. You came in first place. Looks like we should consider having you join the church." He smiled warmly, never ignoring the voice of any child. "You'll be in trouble if you interrupt your training like this," he said gently, pointing to the other priests around the church. A group of children reluctantly left his side and resumed their interrupted training. Seeing that no one was blocking his way anymore, Pampas strolled into the church. "Did you change clothes in broad daylight because you did something awful?" he asked, knocking on one of the room doors, his voice mocking. "I don't have time for anything else," Sid said in a low voice as he opened the door. "It's just that the kid got my clothes dirty during training." He changed into a sleeveless vest that was the same style as the kid's, but obviously much bigger, showing off his well-defined muscles in a carefree manner. "You're training with him?" Pampas asked, his tone rising as if he'd heard something amusing. "What's going on?" He thought Hill was training himself, so why would Sid be the other person's sparring partner? That kid was so weak before. Uvijin was standing there and letting him hit him, but he couldn't even make a move. "I just couldn't stand it." Sid seemed to have endless things to say about Mr., but in the end he only said a part of it. However, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and looked at Pampas probingly. "So I really don't understand, why did you let him join the church in the first place? Is he really your son?" The doubt in Pampas's eyes almost materialized into a symbol representing question. Even West Germany, with its weaker strength, couldn't stand by and watch Hill's actions. "Are we talking about the same person? You have to understand that the other party can detect his movements and even injure the puppets he controls through his mental attacks. What kid could do that? You can't say their skills are weak. When did West Germany's standards become so high? You're saying he's so weak you can't stand it. Because he fought the spider before." Pampas extracted the key point from Sid's words and asked back. "Yes, it was the day he first arrived in District 12. When Shalnark and Uvijin brought him some supplies, he volunteered to fight Uvijin," Sid explained frankly. "I see," Pampas said thoughtfully. First of all, the opponent's strength could not be so weak as West Germany claimed that they couldn't stand by and watch. Secondly, it's a bit strange that the other side took the initiative to propose a match against Uvijin. Did the other side know about the Phantom Troop's existence? Have you ever thought about what would happen if he showed great strength, or rather, if his abilities were very interesting, or even if he defeated Uvijin? As a smart person, Pampus looked at his not-so-bright friend Sid and asked very patiently. Spiders are quite difficult to deal with. You mean, he's hiding his strength? It doesn't seem like it to me. Sid murmured, puzzled. The opponent certainly didn't show any ability to fight back during training. Anyway, he's really not as weak as you think, Pampus explained, patting Sid on the shoulder. Sir, can you do us a favor? Suwoo raised his eyelids, which had been drooping due to boredom, and looked at the children in front of him who were seeking his help with a somewhat uninterested expression. They're fairly good-looking and have decent personal hygiene. They're the kind of kids that would be praised as cute by outsiders. At this moment, these cute children are looking at him expectantly with their different colored eyes. If I remember correctly, he wasn't particularly close to these children, was he? If he wanted help, why didn't he ask another priest? There are so many priests here. Because Tara has gone missing, we want your help. One of the children looked a little awkward, as if he was in a strangely humble position because he had put himself in the position of the one asking for help. Or perhaps it's a common phenomenon that all the children in District 12 are very obedient in front of church members. Perhaps the same thing will happen if it spreads throughout Meteor City. Why not find someone else? Suwoo rested her chin on her hand, her tone still lazy and listless. Because the West Germans are all very busy, there's no need to waste their time on this kind of thing, the children said hesitantly. The priests in District 12 are already having a hard time taking care of them, so if they were to ask everyone to find their companions who have already gone to District 13, they would definitely be refused. Do I look like I have a lot of free time? Suwoo retorted. He reflected on why he made the other kids think he was idle. Because the other priests were either responsible for training the children or picking up trash. Is he the only one who doesn't take care of his children or pick up trash every day, but instead spends all his time playing with West Germany? How can training be considered playing around? Suwoo ended her reflection and concluded that she didn't need to reflect on anything at all. No, it's just that you're about the same age as us, Lord Hill, and you were able to join the church, so you must be very strong, so. The child's tone became increasingly anxious, as if he knew his request would definitely be rejected. Suwoo, with her sharp eyes, spotted Pampus and Sid walking out of the church, and promptly raised her hand. Hey, Sid, Pampus. He beckoned the two of them over. Sid listened to what Pampus said. After all, he knew he wasn't as smart as Pampus, and most of the time, Pampus represented the correct answer. The two walked out of the church together, and as soon as they stepped out, they heard a boy calling their names from not far away. West Germany and Pampus simultaneously turned their toes in the opposite direction and walked toward the person waving. What is it? Sid looked somewhat serious when he wasn't smiling. What's wrong? Pampus asked with a kind and patient smile. They have something to say, Suwoo said, pointing casually to a few children nearby. Sid and Pampus followed the direction of his finger and their gazes finally landed on the children. Is there something you want to say? Pampus asked first. Even though he was very approachable, the children still looked a little nervous. It's Tara. Tara is missing. We were supposed to play together today. She said she would wait for us at the entrance of District 13, the little boy said nervously. Tara. Sid was taken aback. She's gone. Pampus remained silent, watching as Sid pressed the child for answers. And, Isaac, Grammy, everyone is gone. A little girl's voice was trembling with tears. Isaac. Upon hearing the somewhat familiar name, Pampus's gentle expression finally showed a slight change. Suwoo yawned casually to the side. It's not unusual for a few kids to go missing in Meteor City. After all, there's a vulture gang that preys on people, maybe the kids were targeted and kidnapped by them. Although the 12th ward has about 10,000 to 20,000 children under the age of 8, the 13th ward still has quite a few children over the age of 8. Even outside, human traffickers exist, but in Meteor City, this phenomenon is certainly even more common. He had no intention of helping at all, so he simply called over Sid and Pampus and pushed the matter onto the two of them. I understand, we'll look for them. Pampus reassured the children and watched them leave. Seeing the children return to the group and be watched over by the other priests who were in charge of their training, Pampus's smile became less warm and friendly. He dropped his pretense in front of the children, and the smile on his face only made people wonder what he was up to. The number of missing children in District 13 has increased recently. More than 200 have gone missing in just 6 months. And no matter how much we investigate, we can't find the reason. The gatekeeper never saw the children leave on their own, it's like they vanished into thin air. Isn't that strange? Sid, do you remember the number of children who went missing in District 13 when District 12 was first established? The blond man began to recall the past in a strange way. I don't remember, Sid shook his head. 29 people. The number of missing children that year was 29, Pampus said, stating the data from that year with ease. The number of missing persons was 32 in the second year, 5 in the third year, 3 in the fourth year, and 0 in the fifth year. Of course, this data does not include those who died from illness, or children who died from other causes but whose bodies could be found. It only refers to children who are neither found alive nor dead. The number of missing children last year was 182. And the number of missing children this year is 357. Pampus's calm tone seemed to conceal something deeper. In the early years when there were only a handful of members, a certain group in Meteor City had just been established and had accomplished a lot. These figures, which have been increasing year by year, reveal the increasingly arrogant mentality of those behind the scenes. This data, Suwu propped her chin up and openly eavesdropped from the side. It doesn't sound like much, and compared to some places in the real world, it's even considered a small amount. In comparison, Meteor City's environment actually seems less dangerous, and the public security seems to have improved. Isaac's training results are usually very good. After leaving District 12, I remember he was doing some garbage sorting work for the church in District 13, right? He was also the captain of one of the cleaning teams. Pampus seemed to know Isaac very well, even knowing what he was doing after leaving District 12. You know, District 13 isn't under our jurisdiction, Sid said, scratching his head. The 12th district is responsible for patrolling, picking up and taking care of children. Of course, they also occasionally have to send some people to clean up the garbage. But most of the time, District 13 was managed by another person. Farouk Zapata, one of the elders of the Meteor City Elders Council. He'll want to play a game. Pampus's thoughts stirred slightly as he looked at the boy beside him, who seemed to be thoroughly bored. Daily side quest, investigate the missing child. You will receive a reward upon completion. The system's prompt made Suwu open her listless, half-closed eyes. This is the first side quest he's ever received, it's starting to feel more like a simulation adventure game. Suwu blinked, a mischievous yet enthusiastic smile spreading across her face. Okay, he replied cheerfully. It's a good opportunity to test my training results. Boring, I'm starting to regret it. Suwu walked along the path in District 13, not even using the Kanglai high-speed movement, but instead taking each step slowly and steadily to measure every inch of the land in District 13. Pampus named this game, Ghost Hunt, and success meant catching the ghost. Considering that most of the missing persons were children from District 13, Suwu focused her investigation on District 13. She also dressed up specially to cover up her tattoos, wearing a long-sleeved top that only girls would wear, and the tattoos on her face were also covered up by other means. She looks like an ordinary, pretty child who is always waiting to become someone else's prey. To this end, he even went to the garbage dumps to look for recyclable items, just like the other children in District 13, and then took them to the vicinity of the church to exchange for supplies. The adult residents and priests of the 13th ward did not interfere with these actions. There was simply too much garbage in Meteor City, with new garbage appearing every day. It was impossible for church members alone to handle it all. Therefore, scavengers are an indispensable part of Meteor City. Suwu diligently played the role of a scavenger child for 3 days, and during those 3 days, she didn't encounter a single suspicious person except for vultures. Not a single one. He regretted wasting his time by even skipping training to come here. This game is trash, he said, and as he took his first step, he found that his footing gave way and he instantly lost his balance and fell downwards. Wow, the game is finally about to officially begin. He spread his arms and let himself fall toward an unknown destination, a smile spreading across his face in the bottomless dark passage. With a thump, he landed on his feet and struck a cool pose. As soon as it landed, Six Eyes scanned the surroundings. The room was empty, with only one exit. The passage that brought him there had disappeared. Before he could analyze for long, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. The smell of ether. He made a final, sluggish analysis, then gave up struggling and collapsed to the ground, falling into a coma. The exit was opened, and a figure carrying chains appeared in the room, dragging the person out. When Suwu woke up again, he found himself locked in a cage surrounded by identical cages and children who were also unconscious. Everyone was chained by their limbs, had collars around their necks, and their mouths were sealed with tape. This prevented them from struggling or calling for help. Even when Suwu woke up, the children had not yet opened their eyes. The same dose of drug can have different effects on different people. For example, the ether that Suwu inhaled could only make him lose consciousness for 10 minutes, but it could make other children sleep for a whole night. This makes things easier for me. Suwu raised her hands and tore off the iron chain with a little force. Then she broke off the collar around her neck with her bare hands and tore off the tape sealing it. He touched the sticky residue around his mouth, his expression turning sour. He reached out and grasped the 2 bars of the iron cage. With a slight exertion of his hands, he bent the straight bars, creating a hole that he could pass through. He looked up at the blue glowing lights and turned to look in the direction of the exit. The stone door was tightly shut and seemed extremely difficult to open. He reached out and pressed his hand on the door, easily pushing it open a crack. After stepping out of the room, he closed the door behind him. Next, is the real ghost-catching game. Who is human? Who is a ghost? He murmured softly and chuckled gently. A faint laugh echoed in the empty corridor, adding to the eerie atmosphere. 2 armed men stood at the entrance of a passageway, with plastic bags full of garbage and empty wine bottles at their feet. How much money do you think we can get this time? One of the men was clearly a little tipsy, his face flushed, but his eyes revealed a greedy glint. It's more than last time, you know, we have a lot more this time than last time. The other man's words revealed a hint of smugness, as if he was very pleased. Yes, we can enjoy ourselves in the alleys of prostitutes for a long time. The first man to speak had a hint of ambiguity in his smile. You spend all your money on alcohol and women, another man chuckled and teased. Crackling, the overhead lights flickered on and off, then stopped working completely after a few seconds. What's going on? The 2 men instantly raised their guns and asked as if facing a formidable enemy. After waiting for a long time without any further movement, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief. I told you these lights should have been fixed a long time ago, they're so dilapidated, now we have no choice but to fix them, right? The man grumbled. After complaining, I realized that my companion hadn't said a word since the lights went out. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? The man raised his gun again. He saw a white, ghost-like figure flash past in the darkness. Immediately afterwards, he felt a cool touch on his cheek, his body became heavy, and white silk threads drooped down in front of his eyes. The next moment, he heard the sound of bones breaking in the silence. He lost control of his body, and his head fell to the ground. Bloodshot eyes stared intently at the still-standing headless body. That was his body, but he had no head. The moment he realized it, the headless body crashed to the ground. He sank into the deepest darkness, and the last thing he heard in his memory was the sound of footsteps beside his ear. The 8th one. Suwu stepped over the man's head, which lay dead on the ground with its eyes wide open, and began searching for her next target. He sabotaged the building's power supply, plunging it into darkness. But his 6 eyes allowed him to move freely in the dark, even with ease. Now, the entire building has become his playground, and he has begun to enjoy this game. Matt, are you there? Answer me. A man held a wireless communicator and contacted his colleagues guarding different areas one by one. There are 200 security personnel stationed inside this building. Another one has gone missing. The 57th person to go missing since the power outage. The people around him spoke in heavy voices, their voices filled with worry. The security team consisted of 200 people, with each squad leader being a skilled communicator and each member equipped with a gun. Yet so many people have quietly disappeared without a trace. Most importantly, they didn't hear a single other sound from beginning to end. This included gunshots and cries for help. It was as if all the sounds they made were swallowed up by darkness and silence. Sizzle, sizzle. The wireless communicator picked up some noise. Someone was trying to contact them. This is squad leader Fan. Someone said eagerly into the communicator. Buzz, run, buzz, came an indistinct sound from the other side. What did you say? Fan asked, holding the communicator. Sizzle, run, ah. With a scream, there was no more sound from the other side. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Hunter x Hunter, Reborn as Six-Eyed Sukuna. Part 2. Noisy. With a slight twitch of her fingertips, Suwu simultaneously sliced the man crawling on the ground and the wireless communicator he held into countless fragments. The surrounding area was covered in blood and mangled human tissue. Suwu didn't give those trash a second glance, and her figure disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. There must be enemies coming in. Be on high alert, Fan Chensheng, the team leader, reminded the other members. But where is the enemy? One of the team members asked, his voice trembling. What brings death and fear is the unknown enemy lurking in the darkness. One way to use the word, Nian, is as a circle, which can be used to detect enemies within a certain range. No matter how hard the team searched, they couldn't find a single trace of the enemy. Just then, a scream came from the ranks. Ah, the sound of liquid spurting out rang out along with the sound of something falling. Warm blood splattered all over the team members around them. They stiffly and fearfully turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, and the flashlight beams focused on that corner. In the illuminated corner lay their teammates, torn to pieces. The head was still intact, but it was no longer on the neck. The wide open mouth and wide open eyes made the face look particularly distorted, and it even looked a bit like a fish head. Where? Come out. Fan held up his flashlight and scanned the surroundings, but there was nothing there. Apart from his panting, there was no other sound. Cold sweat gradually soaked everyone's clothes from the inside out. Protect yourselves, let's get out of here quickly. Fan whispered, signaling everyone to tread lightly and flee together. Ah, help, help me. As they moved cautiously, another scream rang out from within the group. The flashlight illuminated the location of the team member, only to see him clutching his throat, his face contorted in pain, dark blood flowing continuously from between his fingers. Boom. Gurgle. In front of everyone else present, his head fell off and rolled all the way to Captain Fan's feet. As it stopped, the headless body that had been standing still, seemingly unaware of what was happening, also collapsed to the ground. Even with his entire body enveloped in Nen, he still couldn't evade the attacks of the seemingly non-existent enemy. The fear in the hearts of the remaining people reached its peak at this moment. Help! I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Some turned and ran, some raised their guns and opened fire, and others used their Nen abilities to launch a wide-range attack, trying to hit the unseen enemy. Screams, screams, blood splattering, limbs flying everywhere. The flashlight was carelessly discarded on the ground, rendered useless. Their chaotic attack even broke through the wall at the top of the building, and a faint beam of light shone through the crack into the dim space. The surrounding noise had completely disappeared at some point, leaving only a deathly silence. Is anyone still alive? Fan asked, then held his breath and waited for a long time, but he didn't hear any other answers. All that remained was the sound of his own rapid heartbeat and heavy breathing. The strong smell of blood was carried to his nose by the breeze. This symbolizes one thing: everyone is dead. Only he remained. Will that unseen enemy let him go? Obviously not. Why leave him until the very end? How are you planning to kill him? In a more gruesome and painful way than his previous teammates. Fan's body trembled involuntarily. He heard undisguised footsteps coming from the direction of the corridor in front of him, and his body trembled even more violently. He lost the courage to run away and just looked up in a daze. The figure in the darkness seemed to be gradually approaching. Only when the other party reached the small area with a gap could Fan perhaps see the enemy's appearance by the faint glow of the fireflies. Closer, closer. A sharp pain shot through him, and his vision blurred. The first thing he saw was a body that had been instantly sliced into pieces. Through those clothes, he recognized the body's identity. It was his own body. "You've made really good progress lately." In the last part of his memory, he heard a slightly cheerful young voice. And those eyes, which, even in the dim light, remained an exceptionally rich and pure blue, seemingly sparkling with light. "All right, all the debris has been cleared away." Suwu looked at her hands with a hint of satisfaction. During this period, his magical power has been increasing, and his control over magical power and mastery of skills have also greatly improved. Previously, he couldn't cut Nen users when he used his release technique, but now he can kill ordinary Nen users. Just like killing an ordinary person. There has never been a moment more exhilarating than this one, a moment that brings the joy of becoming stronger. It's time to go ask the remaining person a question. He looked in one direction, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Inside the monitoring room, a short man was trembling, his hands covering his head. "That's terrifying. It's so scary, he murmured intermittently, seemingly terrified. All of this stems from his exceptional perception. He sensed an unprecedented fear and danger, as if he would be beheaded at any moment. He could hear the conversations on every wireless communicator in his monitoring room. Not long ago, he heard screams one after another, but no matter how he asked what was going on, he received no response. All the communicators lost sound. The implications are self-evident. I need to find Lord Al. He crawled out of the monitoring room, trembling, and groped his way to the deepest, most luxurious office. The door, which should have been tightly closed, was ajar, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up inside him. "Lord Al, are you there?" He crawled through the crack into the door, but his hand touched the damp stains on the floor. "What is this?" He slowly raised his hand and brought it closer to smell. The smell of blood filled his nostrils. "Al, Lord." His hand groped around, but touched a large area that was either soft or hard. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it consisted of piles of bloody flesh and pieces of bone. "Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Help me! Help me!" He looked around in a panic, then suddenly remembered something and quickly crawled to a corner of the office. In the corner of the office stood a safe that was about half a person's height. With trembling hands, he opened the safe, threw all the items inside out, crawled into the emptied safe, and locked the door. I can't find me. I am already dead." He huddled in the cupboard, speaking in a trembling, breathy voice. After an unknown amount of time, someone knocked on the safe. "Knock knock knock. Is anyone there?" the voice asked. He held his breath, wishing his heart would stop beating, afraid of being discovered hiding in the closet. "Looks like there's no one left, I'll be going then," the voice outside said. After listening for a while without hearing any sound, the man breathed a sigh of relief. Suwu sat on the safe and sent a message to the other party using the phone Pampas had given her. "Come quickly. Hill de Ville. He has a location left by Pampas on him, which is why the other party was able to find him here." He looked down at the paper document he had picked up, which had been thrown on the ground, glanced at it a few times, and then looked away without interest. This kind of thing can be left to the Pampas. Side quest: investigate the missing child completed. You killed a total of 231 enemies. You instill fear in your enemies. Task completion rate: 100%. Quest reward: 100,000 gens. Suwu looked at the 100,000 jenny reward, then at the gems, gold, and considerable amounts of jenny scattered around the safe, and her eyes drooped. The poor guy system. Suwu left the safe, looked around, and finally pulled out the red velvet tablecloth from the desk next to her. She then placed the nun, gold, and jewelry on the floor on it and tied them into a bag. "What are you doing?" a voice came from the doorway. Suwu remained calm and composed, casually tossing the cloth bag over her shoulder and saying in a natural tone, "Picking up trash." He then turned to face the Pampas, or rather, the puppet controlled by the other. Like a marionette, the threads woven by the spirit are almost completely wrapped around the puppet's body, controlling it while also protecting it. This puppet is the same one Su-woo saw before, and the wounds he created last time have already healed. Trash. The man glanced at the bag, said nothing more, and then focused his gaze on the safe next to him. The last survivor is right here. His tone was somewhat subtle. Because before Hill's operation, he had told them to leave a few survivors to question them. The other side did leave one survivor, but only one. Everyone else was killed. Is this considered obedience or rebellion? Where is this? Su-woo asked, but seemed indifferent to the answer. He was just quite curious that someone had dug such a building underground in Meteor City. It didn't look like it could have been built in a short time. Underground in Zone 3. Pampus's tone was strange, but Su-woo wasn't interested. Underground in the upper 3 districts. Su-woo nodded thoughtfully, as if she understood something. Those who can build such structures underground within the upper 3 districts are either nobles or related to the Council of Elders. Oh, by the way, who's the one with the ability to make people suddenly disappear while walking? He suddenly asked with great interest. Could he open a hole in the sky, and then open one on the ground as well? That way, as soon as you fall into the hole on the ground, you'd instantly appear in the sky. That would be so much fun. Looping bungee jumps, awesome. I'm afraid that won't work. There's no object in the sky that can allow him to use his powers, Pampus said with a smile and a shake of his head. He already knew who possessed the teleportation ability, but he wouldn't tell the boy in front of him. Such a fun ability. If you catch him, why don't you give him to me to play with? The white-haired, blue-eyed boy smiled lightly, his eyes indifferent. His attitude of treating people like toys made Pampus fall silent. Hill, could he be some kind of born monster? If so, his investment would be pointless. Monsters aren't swayed by so-called favors. If there's an opportunity, Pampus said, maintaining his composure but offering no promises. Adults who are shrewd and calculating are really hard to deal with. Hey, come out. Su-woo was clearly not satisfied with Pampus's answer, so she ignored Pampus and just kicked the cabinet. With a thud, the safe, which was half a person tall and contained a person, was kicked away and crashed into the wall before falling to the ground. The cabinet door opened, and the person inside tumbled out, looking disheveled. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I know nothing. I don't know anything. He scrambled in terror to hide under the desk, clutching his head and screaming repeatedly, then suddenly rolled his eyes as if he was about to faint. There's only one air left, he can't just faint like this. Su-woo quickly reached out and placed her hand on the other person's head, revealing a meaningful and kind smile. Answer the questions properly and cooperate with us, understand? The man nodded quickly, indicating that he was fully cooperating, as the cold temperature of the palms was so intense that he could feel the chill even through his hair. My name is. He was about to open his mouth and reveal all his secrets. Nobody wants to know your name, Su-woo interrupted the other person's nonsense. After all, he's just a small fry. What's the use of knowing his name? Who would waste their brainpower remembering the names of cannon fodder NPCs while playing a game? Who owns this building? Where will those children be sent? The white-haired, blue-eyed boy asked coldly. If you don't tell the truth. His gaze fell on a pile of scraps of meat on the ground beside him, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. The man shuddered, clearly not wanting to end up like that. I said, where is this? He opened his mouth, eager to say something, but found that everything around him had fallen silent. The frighteningly white-haired boy stood beside the blonde man, looking at him with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Why are you looking at him like that? The man opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. He died a gruesome death, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his tongue completely gone. He didn't even realize something was wrong until his death, as if his life and tongue had been taken away in an instant. Looks like he made some incredible pact with someone, Pampus said wistfully, looking at the corpse, without any surprise. Su-woo looked down at the dead man on the ground, and then at the puppet, who, like Pampus himself, never showed his emotions on his face. My mission is complete, I'm leaving now. His figure vanished instantly, leaving openly with the treasure. Pampus looked at the empty office, which had clearly been ransacked. All the valuables had been taken, leaving only the corpses and the messy office. His expression remained calm. Hill didn't leave him nothing, he did leave him something quite important. He glanced at the paper documents on the ground beside him. Some of them were stained with specks of blood, but that couldn't compare to the strong smell of blood emanating from the words on the paper. District 3. He carefully collected the papers, folded them into a pile, and left quickly. Releasing his Nen ability allows him to use his Nen to achieve an effect similar to teleportation, and he is a manipulation type. But he left just as quickly. On the way back, just like on the way there, I saw many gruesome corpses. To be torn to pieces is like showing mercy. In more severe cases, the body is no longer human. Bloodstains and human tissue could be found at almost every interval. If the situation hadn't been inappropriate, Pampus would have liked to take some photos to show West Germany. That way, the other party won't say anything about Hill being weak anymore. Suwoo carried a large bag of things back to his house in District 12. To be honest, he didn't feel any sense of belonging to Meteor City, and he was indifferent to the so-called house, treating it only as a stop on his trip, like a temporary hotel. Leaving things here is obviously not very safe. After all, in Meteor City, houses that are not occupied are considered unclaimed. As long as he is not around, the house is very likely to be ransacked by other kids. System, do you have storage space? He asked without much expectation. The system does not provide storage space to the host, but the host can purchase space-related items in the shop after it is activated, the system said coldly. The answer was as expected. After all, this system is not only an idiot who got the world coordinates wrong, but also a stingy pauper. Where should I put it? Suwoo pondered, stroking her chin. As for the safest place in Meteor City, he turned his head to look at the church. At least the churches in each district are quite safe. No residents of Meteor City would cause trouble there. Great, I'll hide it there. He grabbed the bag and rushed toward the church. Ignoring West Germany, who was meditating in the church, he began to search around for places where things were hidden. Finally, he stared intently at the rock tiles on the ground, and before West Germany could realize something was wrong, he pried one of them off. They then dug a hole below, buried the cloth bag directly in it, and put the floor tiles back in. What is that? Sid witnessed everything that happened, but it was too late to stop it, so he simply stopped trying and asked the question. I picked up some trash. Suwoo clapped her hands, sat down in a nearby seat, and said without any guilt. Garbage? Sid asked, his eyes filled with suspicion. Does this kid really think he's brainless? A guy who never does garbage collection work is saying he picked up trash. Who would believe that? And what kind of garbage needs to be wrapped in cloth and buried under the church? This approach is strangely similar to a thief or robber hiding stolen goods in an unknown corner, only to take them out when they are sure it's safe or when they are ready to run away. You didn't go and rob someone, did you? Sid guessed. Given their usual arrogant behavior, it doesn't seem like they're incapable of doing something like that. Despite being an outsider, he adapted to the lifestyle of Meteor City better than the original inhabitants. No, I picked it up from the ground. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy spoke naturally, his face beaming with a relaxed and cheerful smile. The things on the ground are all unclaimed and can be taken freely. Isn't that basic common sense? Sid silently looked away and said nothing more. Since they insist, let's just accept it. After all, this is Meteor City. We'll make up for the 3 days of missed training starting tomorrow, he announced in a deep voice, arms crossed. As West Germany said, the 3 days of training that Suwoo missed were later made up for in double the amount. He had no objection to the intensity of the training, the only problem was that he still hadn't managed to pull off the black flash he'd been longing for. Am I really that unlucky? Suwoo sat down directly on the ground, looking at her fists. The manipulation of the curse power is fine, and the speed and force of the punches are also fine, but why can't I use Black Flash? You've made great progress, so why do you still look unhappy? Sid stood to the side, his tall figure casting a shadow in front of Suwoo. His tone was somewhat puzzled, and his face was full of confusion. The opponent has made tremendous progress. From being covered in wounds and having his face bruised and swollen beyond recognition at the beginning, he is now, although he still has some wounds on his body, his face is almost completely unrecognizable. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy with black facial markings, sitting on the ground covered with rubble, made one feel as if he were sitting on a throne made of bones in a magnificent palace. Just sitting there, he drew the attention of many children and priests. Not enough. The white-haired boy suddenly raised his head, his eyes half closed, his words revealing his dissatisfaction. That alone is not enough. I want greater power, for example. The kind of power that could break through your Uvigen's defenses and pierce through your bodies with a single punch. He stretched out his hand, his tone somewhat infatuated, his eyes unfocused. They seemed dazzled by that immense power, their greedy expressions reflecting a single-minded thirst for it. In reality, he was just thinking that the image of punching through a strong person's body must be very pleasing. You're really hard to satisfy, you greedy guy. Sid wasn't angry about the other's goal, nor did he sneer dismissively. He just scratched his head, as if he didn't know what to say, and finally said with a wry smile. If you can't become stronger, then there's no point in doing anything. The white-haired boy took out a handkerchief and covered his nose. A moment later, the handkerchief was stained red with blood. His voice sounded muffled, but it was unusually serious. He still remembered that when he first appeared in Meteor City, the system indicated that the world's danger level was extremely high. In particular, the Hunter world is vast and fascinating, and beyond the continent where humans currently reside, there is a forbidden zone that he wants to explore. Since we're already here, we should broaden our horizons. Let's set a small goal first, travel around the world. Although I don't completely agree with your idea, since that's what you think, then try your best to do it. The road to becoming stronger is endless, so keep going. Sid first frowned, seemingly having a headache, but after careful consideration, he gave Suwu a thumbs up to encourage her. He will help the other person develop a training plan, but he will not interfere with the other person's ideas. After saying that, he walked toward the church. He is a priest who is stationed in the 12th ward for a long time. He usually does not leave the 12th ward, and his most frequent place is the church. The children who had been waiting nearby saw Sid leave and realized that the other side's training for the day was over. So they quickly joined hands and ran to Suwu like a string of gourds on a long vine. Thank you, sir, they said loudly with bright smiles. Suwu looked at them, quite puzzled. Why were they thanking him? Had he done something good? Impossible. He swore that since appearing in Meteor City, he hadn't done anything good, he'd only been busy fighting and training. Tara and the others are back. Luckily, the adults from the church are here, so we can live like this. The children held hands, and there were a few more of them than a few days ago. Their bright smiles seemed out of place against the gloomy sky of Meteor City. Ah. Suwu thought for a moment and remembered that the mission was originally called Investigating the Disappearance of Children. But he got carried away with the killing and forgot about the child, completely forgetting to release him. They must have released the people after the Pampas. Get this straight, I'm not some kind soul who's going to save you. He held up his index finger and waved it in front of the children, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone harsh. I don't care whether you live or die, he said casually. Just as he didn't even bother to remember the children's names and faces. Because I don't care, I'm too lazy to remember. Unless their strength is worth remembering. We know we're not worth much right now, but this is our thank you gift. The children were not hurt by the arrogant and indifferent attitude at all. Instead, they continued to hand over 3 flower wreaths with bright smiles, and ran away hand in hand before Suwu could refuse. The 3 wreaths all use the simplest white flowers, small and cute. It is the most common flower in District 12. These kids are really strange. Suwu looked at the 3 flower wreaths but felt nothing. He was neither moved by the wreaths nor dazed by the children's bright smiles. Of course, this is not their problem, but his own. He found it interesting that these children could respond to his attitude with smiles and naturally say that they were indeed worthless at the moment. Even the well-protected children of the 12th ward in Meteor City agree with this concept of value. In their view, only those who have value can live, so initially they didn't even dare to ask Pampas and the others for help in finding their missing playmates, because they believed that they, who had no value, would definitely be rejected. While the 12th district adopted, protected, and educated them, it did not hide this fact from them. This attitude is strangely both cruel and tender. Suwu thought to herself casually, then stood up with the 3 flower wreaths in hand and rushed into the church in the blink of an eye. "Sid, those children gave you the wreaths," he said, tossing 3 wreaths to Sid. "Why are there 3? And why did they give me this?" Sid looked at the wreath that had been thrown in front of him, somewhat puzzled. "I guess the extra 2 are for you to use as bracelets," Suwu said casually, then turned and disappeared. Before West Germany could ask any more questions, he stared at the wreaths for a long time, then carefully put them aside. Meanwhile, Suwu was on her way to District 1. He planned to ask Pampas if they had found the person with the teleportation ability, and if so, if he could have some fun with him. If you can't find it, urge Pampas to speed up the process. Pampas usually stays at the church in the 1st district, and Suwu has always been able to find him easily when he comes here, but today he came up empty-handed. No one is here. The lobby was empty and deserted, with only tables and chairs. He looked around again, and finally his gaze settled in one direction. The walls could not block Lu Yan's view. He saw dozens of figures gathered in a room of the church. Furthermore, since they are all Nen users, their vitality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. It becomes even more noticeable from a 6-eyed perspective. The more powerful a person is, the more vigorous their life energy appears. In Lu Yan's view, Pampas is also a very energetic individual. Suwu suppressed her power and silently approached the room, intending to see what they were doing. There wasn't a single person guarding the hallway or even the doorway outside the room. They seemed convinced that no one would dare to enter the church to eavesdrop on their conversation, which made things easier for Suwu. He silently pressed his ear against the door, and even used his mental powers to enhance his hearing in order to concentrate on eavesdropping on what the people inside were talking about. His 6 eyes can see the aura of others, and naturally he can also see his own aura. Not to mention that he was subjected to West Germany's mental attacks for so long during training. If he still couldn't learn from this, his talent would be questionable. Successfully opening the pores is equivalent to opening the Ren and Du meridians in martial arts legends, which allows one to control the qi in the body, which is life energy. The act of controlling qi is called thought. The 4 stages of practice of mindfulness are as follows: knowing entanglement, understanding severance, undergoing refinement, and reaching the ultimate expression. In his view, the way it was used was similar to that of curse power, except that one was born from negative emotions and the other from life energy. They were different paths leading to the same goal, so he was able to get the hang of it quite quickly. However, he still needed to figure out what his specific abilities were. When an ordinary person's seminal pores are not open, a small amount of energy will leak out. Once the seminal pores are opened, the rate of energy loss will accelerate. Therefore, it is necessary to learn to control one's thoughts. Otherwise, if too much energy is lost, one will become dazed, listless, and want to spend all day lying down. The most useful Nen technique for him right now is entanglement, which allows him to use Nen to envelop his entire body for defense, compensating for his weakness in this area. After all, he hasn't yet achieved his limitless potential, he only has offensive tactics. Of course, both incantation power and chanting can be used to strengthen the body. With their enhancement, he can withstand an attack without much harm and can also strengthen any part of the body. They are also useful when eavesdropping. The emergence of Nen abilities depends entirely on the user's ideas and exploration, and has infinite possibilities. Any type of ability can appear. The interior of the conference room in Zone 1 church is extremely luxurious, with velvet carpets covering the floor and gold objects inlaid with various gemstones. Even the tablecloth was embroidered with patterns using soft gold thread. Several figures dressed in black robes or suits sat on either side of the 12-meter-long conference table, each with several burly guards or bodyguards standing behind them. Nearly 50 people were gathered in this conference room, the silence of which was somewhat oppressive. I heard that all the kids who went missing in District 13 have been found. A man in a suit said mockingly. He wore gemstone rings on all 10 of his fingers, and the gemstones sparkled as he moved his fingers. Didn't Pampas go to District 12 a while ago? He's so capable, it's not surprising that the child was found. A man covered in bandages and dressed in a black priest's robe said in a gloomy tone. After all, these kids are the future of Meteor City. I have to try to save everyone's future. Sitting at the far left of the long table, the blond, green-eyed man chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the implications in the other's words. HMPH. You really think you're the savior of Meteor City? A man slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with rage. Fortunately, the table was made of very sturdy material and withstood the blow. How could that be? I'm just a nobody in the Council of Elders. Pampus raised his hands, seemingly surrendering. All right, Pampus is in charge too. Another masked woman spoke up, as if to help Pampus out of the predicament, but the next second she said, I heard that you have a capable new subordinate, Pampus. Why don't you introduce him to everyone? Her dark eyes under the mask looked at Pampus with a smile. It's precisely because he's so capable that I'm afraid you'll be too eager to find talent and take him away. After all, I can't compare to you in any way, so I'm really not confident I can keep him here, Pampus said calmly with a smile. Enough with the nonsense. That guy killed so many people and destroyed so many buildings, hand him over now. Another man said coldly. He was just a victim who was dragged into danger and had to resort to violence to survive. Pampus shook his head helplessly. Facing the disdainful and contemptuous expressions of the other elders, he continued, speaking of which, I think I've discovered something interesting, the kind that spiders might be interested in. He crossed his fingers, smiled gently, and said, Spider's reputation is well known throughout Meteor City. The elders were clearly terrified of spiders. If the matter of the missing child gets to the spiders, it won't be so easy to resolve, and several elders will definitely have to be replaced. Some of the surviving elders still vividly remember the changes that took place more than a decade ago. The group of people looked at each other, exchanging glances and mentally preparing their responses. Actually, it's not a big deal. The children have all been found, and the matter is over. Why should we let those spiders interfere in the affairs of the elders' council? Don't you think so, Pampus? One of the elders, who hadn't spoken, cleared his throat, his voice old yet steady and powerful. Of course, I agree with that statement, which is why I'm sitting in this conference room chatting with you all right now. Pampus didn't press further, but instead took a step back and spoke naturally. This also means that both sides will let the matter drop. The elders will no longer demand that Pampus hand over the people he killed in a massacre recently, and Pampus will not tell Spider about it. After the meeting ended, a group of people got up and left. Pampus remained seated, his emerald eyes fixed on the figure across from him, who had already stood up and was covered in bandages. By the way, Farouk, I hope that the problems in District 13, which you are in charge of, won't keep happening one after another. So many children have gone missing in such a short period of time. Your management is a bit lax, he said in a calm and unhurried tone. The group of people who had already stood up paused, their eyes turning to the Pampus with ambiguous expressions. Anyway, quite a few brats die every year. It doesn't matter where those worthless things die. Farouk stared at Pampus with his two brown eyes in deep-set sockets, speaking in a low voice, word by word. He has sun and moon marks on his left and right hands respectively. I see. Pampus seemed to think what he said made sense and nodded slightly. HMPH. Farouk turned and left. The other elders looked at each other, smiled slightly, and also walked towards the gate. Upon hearing footsteps, Suwu quickly disappeared through the doorway. The door creaked open from the inside, and a few people walked out. Suwu returned to the church only after everyone had left. He walked into the conference room, where only Pampus remained, his face showing utter disinterest and his tone revealing his boredom. So you've been dealing with this pile of rotten oranges all this time. Rotten orange, that's a very apt description. Pampus was somewhat surprised when he saw him, realizing that the other party seemed to have become stronger in just a few days. After a moment's thought, he considered the description of rotten orange and nodded in agreement. Although there will always be a few rotten oranges among a pile of good oranges, it is clear that the pile he was facing did not contain any good oranges, they were all rotten oranges. Besides me, there's no one else who can talk to the elders. Pampus said with some helplessness and a headache. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried so hard to climb the ladder. There's so much to deal with every day, who would have thought I wouldn't be able to enjoy it at all? It's the same everywhere, so boring. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy sneered, his tone full of arrogance and disdain. Is this all over just like that? He looked at Pampas with some suspicion. It's not that simple. I guess they see me as a nuisance now, and they might start targeting me soon, Pampas said with a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fortunately, he wasn't entirely without the ability to protect himself. But before that, it'll be almost a year, and your identification has been processed. You can leave anytime you want, Pampas said, pulling a card from his clothes and handing it to Su Wu. This chapter is clear enough, isn't it? Child trafficking is related to the higher-ups in Meteor City, and the child traffickers aren't some small organization. Whose little organization is building houses underground in the upper 3 districts? Any problems are all my own interpretations. Okay, I'm Yun. I'll scold myself first. If it's not to your liking, then don't watch it. Su Wu looked down at the small card. It had no photo, only her name, a string of ID numbers, and her place of birth. Name, Hildeville, place of birth, Yorkshire. This identity has already been entered into the system database. If you want to take the Hunter exam, you can register online using that ID number. It just so happens to be registration time now. Do you need me to register for you? Pampas asked. Aren't you afraid I'll run away today? Su Wu asked with a smile, holding the card between her index and middle fingers. You can leave anytime, and maybe it's a good thing to leave sooner rather than later, Pampas said in a nonchalant tone. By the way, if you're going to leave, remember to leave from District 13 and head towards the Gordo Desert. At your speed, you'll be able to cross the desert quickly. Or you could choose to leave on an airship that transports garbage, he offered as a way to leave. Su Wu blinked, looking at the other person with some confusion. When Pampas first asked him to stay in Meteor City for a year, he thought the other party was going to use him for something, but his life in Meteor City turned out to be, not bad, him. They even received help from West Germany to train and become stronger. Pampas has now stated that he is ready to leave at any time. So what was the purpose of keeping this guy around in the first place? I am a speculator, Pampas said with a smile, facing the boy's skeptical gaze. I'm pretty sure that might be my only chance to invest in you. At least you'll remember me even after you leave Meteor City. We're friends, aren't we? The blonde, green-eyed man said politely. The opportunistic businessman, upon first seeing the white-haired youth, was already certain that he had seized an opportunity that could generate huge profits. This guy has a really good eye for investment. If Pampas had met him now, no, if he had had his current strength back then, he probably would have forced his way out of Meteor City. Su Wu inwardly approved of Pampas's judgment. But he couldn't bring himself to act all friendly and cheerful, as if he were eager to make friends with the other person. Instead, he showed a disdainful expression. I don't need that boring thing called friends. I'm leaving. As if he couldn't be bothered to say another word, he turned and was about to leave. Here, take this. It contains my phone number with West Germany, Pampas suddenly said, tossing a cell phone over. Without turning her head, Su Wu took the phone with her back to Pampas and disappeared through the door. Let me see, another treasure mine has been invested in. After the other person left, Pampas took out a booklet from his body and flipped through it. The name Su Wu used, Hildeville, was written on one of the pages. There are many other names on the booklet. Speculators, of course, cannot invest only once. Su Wu decided to leave tomorrow and go back to District 12 to get a good night's sleep. Of course, before leaving, he also needed to inform West Germany. Leaving tomorrow. West Germany's face was full of surprise. Why did the Pampas keep people here to join the church, and then let them go so quickly? It's not entirely unexpected, since staying in Meteor City won't necessarily make one stronger. External experiences are essential for improving one's overall capabilities. I understand. Sid nodded, but said nothing else. Su Wu didn't expect the other party to say anything, so she nodded slightly and went back to her temporary residence. During his stay, no furniture was added except for blankets and toiletries. When he left, all he needed to take was himself. Famous locations in the Hunter x Hunter world include Whale Island, the birthplace of the protagonist Gon, then the testing grounds where they took their tests, Lost Melody Wetlands, Battleship Island, Trap Tower. I think Trap Tower is a prison, I don't know if it's open to the public for visits. There's also Kukuru Mountain, where the Zoldyck family lives, Sky Arena, and York New City, which is controlled by the Mafia. But it seems like you have to pay to participate in the auctions there. I'll try to find a way to get some for free. If you happen to encounter a famous person, you can take a photo with them. Suwu suddenly sat up in bed, thinking of the previous opportunities to collect stamps with Krollo and Uvijin. He had missed them. The members of the Phantom Troop were definitely no longer in Meteor City. He could only hope to run into them again later. As a former anime convention regular, stamp collecting is something ingrained in my bones. Speaking of which, what exactly will his Nen ability be? I don't care about anything else, I just hope it's an interesting ability. Once he acquires all of Gojo Satoru's abilities, he will be able to fight, control, and heal. If it's his own Nen ability, he wants it to be fun, mysterious, and powerful. He feels it's boring if he only has one ability. Ideally, it should be an ability with a lot of flexibility. As he pondered this, he lay back down on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. He had a dream in which he was also thinking about what his Nen ability should be like. He likes cards, such as Clo cards and Tarot cards. Each card has a different effect, it's so much fun. As the master of dreams, he is the creator, and he can easily get whatever he wants. In his dream, he possessed his own deck of cards. When he woke up the next morning, he looked at the extra things in front of him and fell silent. A large disc floats in midair, inside which dozens of cards are rotating, waiting to be drawn. The front and back of the cards are identical, all very blurry and unclear. Suwu silently raised his hand and drew a card. Soon, the empty space was occupied by other cards. He drew 2 more cards in a row, and the disc disappeared. It seems I can only draw 3 cards at a time. He looked down at the cards in his hand. The previously blurry card face, which made it impossible to distinguish the front from the back, has shed its veil of mystery, revealing the true card face. The black and gold cards have a high-quality feel and a substantial weight. The familiar appearance was none other than tarot cards. The kind of dream I had last night. Who develops their Nen ability in their dreams? Conjuration type ability, huh? He picked up the cards and flipped through them one by one. The type of Nen ability can be detected through the water observation method. Judging from the reaction, it belongs to what system? Well, we can do that later. In any case, powerful Nen users generally have multiple types of abilities, so the type itself isn't that important. These 3 cards were no different from any other tarot cards he had ever seen. The only difference is that the character on the card is Suwu's current appearance. For example, the Pope card depicts a white-haired, blue-eyed boy with tattoos wearing a 3-tiered crown, a red papal robe, and holding a 3-tiered scepter while seated. Mutated tarot cards. My ability is to use these cards for divination. Suwu held the cards with some confusion, not knowing how to use them for a moment. As a seasoned anime and manga enthusiast, he knows a thing or two about how to use tarot cards for divination. First, identify the question you want to ask. Then, the cards are used for divination. But the disc that appeared, and the 3 cards that were spat out, didn't seem to be used for divination at all. The first card he drew was the one depicting the Pope in his upright position. Use. He tried to flick the cards. The next moment, his appearance changed completely, becoming exactly the same as the image on the card. Card draw and costume change. He stared blankly at his flashy outfit and fell silent. He tried to take off his clothes, but as he reached out to touch them, an instinct kicked in, he couldn't take them off. So am I supposed to wear it all the time? He looked at the person on the card, thought for a few seconds, and then suddenly laughed. It's okay, just treat it as a new way to play. He's playing the role of the Pope today, so it's not a big problem. Don't get angry at your own abilities. After all, it was an ability he created himself in his dream. That's really interesting. It surprised him. What an interesting ability. Suwu, dressed as the Pope, walked out of the room and met West Germany, who was carrying a white backpack. The other person seemed somewhat dazed when they saw the flamboyantly dressed young man. Was this prepared for me? Suwu asked, looking at the backpack in Shida's hand. Yes, I've also prepared some money for you. There will definitely be many places where you'll need to spend money along the way. Sid's tone of reply made Suwoo's eyes turn strange. The other person's tone, why does it sound a bit respectful? Something's not right, it's completely different from the usual West German tone. You even prepared money for me? Suwoo asked in a subtle tone. Yes, if you need, my savings from all these years are also available. Sid said, his words gradually becoming more and more outrageous. Something's definitely not right. Wait, could all of this be because of the Pope card he drew? Suwoo looked down at her red robe again, her expression becoming even more complicated. Does the Hierophant card have the power to make others willingly hand over money? It's not that simple, X. He turned the card over and saw a line of small, barely visible text. The rightful Pope buff card. Buff cards. Does that mean they can add good buffs to people? Then there should also be debuff cards, which can add debuffs to people. But what are the Pope's buffs? Suwoo, under the influence of the Pope's card, spent half a day in District 12 and finally came to a general conclusion. Currently, we can conclude that the Pope has 3 effects. First, his persuasive abilities are enhanced. This can be verified by what he said and what the children and West Germans believed. Second, it will attract little boys and gain their favor. This can be seen in the boys in District 12 who were looking at him with eyes full of dependence. It didn't have any special effect on little girls. Third, it will make people unconsciously make offerings. Well, for example, West Germany has already gone back to retrieve his so-called hidden savings. The children holding food and wanting to offer it as a sacrifice also prove the effectiveness. No other effects have been observed yet, perhaps because he used it in the wrong direction. But the second effect of the Pope card, increasing the little boy's favorability. What a ridiculous joke. Suwoo looked at the second result with a blank expression, her mind in turmoil. And the third effect is practically designed to bankrupt people. Look at these children who are penniless and might not even have anything to eat if they leave the church, yet we still give them food. As a well-educated person with Schrödinger's moral bottom line, he felt. This ability is really fun. However, Suwoo had no interest in the food that the children were hiding and reluctant to eat. He waved them away and looked at Sid, who was hurrying back. The other person was holding a somewhat worn-out wallet, which had obviously been used for a long time, and enthusiastically took out several cards from the wallet. This is all my savings right now. Take it all, you'll definitely need it. Sid tried to stuff things into Suwoo's hand. And this, you can get 100 million by mortgaging this hunter's license, maybe it'll come in handy. He looked like he was so obsessed that he didn't even want to keep his underwear for himself. The Pope card is really bad. Suwoo inwardly feigned condemnation of her own abilities. I don't need the hunter's license. What's your bank card PIN? The white-haired, blue-eyed boy's mischievous smile was undisguised as he casually took West Germany's bank card. West Germany has 5 bank cards, I wonder how much money is in them. The password is. Sid obediently recited the password for each card. Okay, I'll take it then. Suwoo nodded, then made a few hand gestures in a serious manner. God will bless you. He patted Sid's chest, subtly stuffed the card back into the other's clothes, took the backpack that the other had prepared for him, dug out the things he had buried under the church, and left Meteor City without hesitation. I have no lingering feelings for this place that served as my starting point and where I spent several months. The reason Suwoo didn't initially think of leaving District 13 was because the endless garbage dumps distracted him. Liu Yan kept analyzing the garbage, and the sheer volume of information made him want to get away from it as soon as possible. Just like now, as soon as he arrived in District 13, Six Eyes was forced to start analyzing this garbage. Fortunately, he was already skilled at stuffing wads of paper into his nasal cavity to stop the nosebleed that was about to flow out. Walking along the garbage heap outwards to the edge, you'll find only a wall that's neither high nor low, offering no real protection. Far ahead, Meteor City was already left behind him. The air gradually became fresher, and the faint, putrid, and sour smell disappeared. Host detected to have left Meteor Street, the spawn point. Main quest now issued. Task 1, find the 7 beauties. Task 2, explore the current world. The current world exploration progress is 0.1%. You can travel through time again after completing the main quest. 7 Beauties. When Suwu saw the mission, the first 3 names that came to mind were those of 3 people. Kororoshi Soilumi. But he quickly shook his head. He was wrong. The 7 beauties were not people, but things. He only remembered the fiery red eyes, and had no recollection of the other 6. It seems I still need to get a hunter's license first. It will make exploring the world and finding things much easier. The 0.1% world exploration progress is quite infuriating, because he's only staying in Meteor City. Is he supposed to travel the whole world? They really know how to make things difficult for people. Suwu took out the other 2 cards she had drawn earlier. Reversed Tower, a card that reduces damage. Upright Sun, boost card. There was no specific explanation of the effect behind it, but a line of numbers was decreasing, reminding him that he should use these 2 cards as soon as possible. But he was curious about what would happen if he didn't have to go out. With 3 minutes remaining on the countdown card, he decided to wait a moment. 3 minutes later, the elderly man with white hair, though physically frail, was full of energy and began his journey with a blank expression. Now he knew what would happen if he didn't use up his cards before the countdown ended. Both cards will be used on him. At the same time, we also learned about some of the effects of these 2 cards. Reversed Tower Effect 1, Aging. Upright Sun Effect 1, Increased Energy. Using these 2 cards together made him realize what incongruity truly meant. His body was old and his movements were sluggish, but his energy seemed inexhaustible. It was as if he was wearing an ill-fitting garment, with everything tense and uncomfortable. Especially since he was wearing the Pope's robes, he looked even more like a qualified old Pope. His appearance made him even reluctant to use Kang for high-speed movement, and he quickly entered the territory inhabited by humans. This feeling of mismatch between soul and body lasted for 24 hours. The first thing to disappear was his papal robes, and after a moment, he returned to his original appearance. His skin was smooth and firm, and he was handsome, still quite young, looking like a 12 or 13-year-old boy. He touched his face and let out a long sigh of relief. He is somewhat afraid of aging, and at least for now, he is not psychologically prepared to face his own aging process. In addition to this, he also has a fear of marriage and childbirth. It can be said that he has all the fears that contemporary young people have. Of course, this doesn't conflict with his finding his abilities very interesting. After all, these card abilities can actually be used on other people, so we can try them out on others later. Judging from the time he drew the card, the time limit should be half an hour. He must use the card within half an hour, whether for himself or someone else. If he does not use it for someone else within half an hour, the card effect will apply to himself. Furthermore, card abilities can be stacked, but because card draws are entirely random, the effects are highly unpredictable. If I remember correctly, there are a total of 78 tarot cards. The effects of each randomly drawn card combination are different, and after drawing 3 cards, you have to wait 24 hours before you can draw again. It's a skill that feels very difficult to control. Tarot cards inherently embody the principles of nature and are often referred to as the repository of nature's mysteries. In that case, his Nen ability is called the Wheel of Law. He named his power. Now we can get going. He roused himself and finally agreed to use Kang to travel. There is a small town called Gordo, which is located on the edge of the Gordo Desert. It was originally a market where caravans traveling through the desert traded goods, and gradually it became a small town with a fixed population. Although the town is small, it has a large population, and you can see caravans leading camels coming and going. I can't quite remember the hunter exam process. Suwu walked on the stone path, trying hard to recall the original plot. He only remembered the role and some addresses. He had almost completely forgotten the specific exam content. Although he didn't finish watching the anime. It seems that the Hunter Association will recruit some ordinary people or even magical beasts to be navigators. If you want to find the official venue, you have to contact the navigators or something like that. He thought of this and looked around. There were plenty of ordinary people and camels, but I didn't see any monsters. Ta Kaiju Diao Luo Lu Xingjia de Shi Hu Shi 1997, 1U8 Hao, Er Xian Zai Shi Jian Shi 1997 Nian Shi U 25 Hao. He had to arrive at the official venue of the Hunter exam on January 7, 1998, to register on site, and it seems he also had to sign a waiver of liability. In 1998, he was going to participate in the 286th Hunter exam. Gon and Kahlua participated in the 287th exam in '99. He still remembered the exam location, but that would mean waiting another year. He probably won't need a hunter's license anymore after a year. For him, the hunter's license was merely a ticket to his journey of traveling the world. The town is mostly populated by adult men, who are about 1.8 meters tall and all carry knives or guns. They are dressed like either gangsters or robbers. Women and children are rarely seen. Even when there are women, they are all burly and thick-waisted, with arms thicker than Suwoo's thighs. They have fierce expressions, and even though they are wrapped in coarse cloth to block the wind, sand and scorching sun, their skin is still rough and dark from the environment. The children all looked like dark-skinned monkeys, and most of them only stayed in their own small area in front of their homes. Fruit shops, weapon shops, antique shops, clothing stores, pubs, hotels. These places seemed deserted, but Six Eyes sensed prying eyes coming from all directions. Suwoo's presence was quite conspicuous in this small town, like a soft, white lamb mixed in with a bunch of black goats. These days, even a kid like this is getting out and doing things. A group of burly men, gathered together with mocking expressions, glanced at the skinny boy and said sarcastically, "With such fair skin, I wonder where this young master came from. He's probably dreaming of becoming a hunter. Look at his tattoos, they're probably just drawn on to scare people, aren't they?" Several burly men stood by an alley, arms crossed, leaning on each other, laughing and talking louder and louder, seemingly oblivious to being overheard. When Suwoo heard the keywords, fair skin, and tattoos, she turned to look at the other person. So it turns out he was the one we were talking about. "What are you looking at, kid? Go home and drink more milk to grow taller." The burly men were not flustered at all when they saw the boy looking at them as if he had noticed something. Instead, they leisurely mocked him. To demonstrate their power, they even took a few steps forward as a group, closing in on the boy. These burly men, each 1.9 to 2 meters tall, looked down at Suwoo, who was still a boy. Their towering figures surrounded him, completely blocking out the sunlight behind them, and this small area was shrouded in shadow. Several people from the caravan not far away looked over, seemingly wanting to prevent the situation from becoming more serious. The boy surrounded by the group had a cold expression. He merely raised his eyelids indifferently and looked at them. An invisible pressure descended along with the gaze the boy cast at him. "You're holding your head too high," he said calmly. This area seemed to be completely separated from the bustling surrounding space. No one could hear the voices of those around them anymore, only the pounding of their own hearts. It seems that some great terror is about to occur. A sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding arose, and one of the burly men instinctively knelt down on the ground. "Hey, what are you doing?" The other burly men spoke with dissatisfaction, but before they could finish their sentences, they never got a chance to. His words were abruptly interrupted by some sudden, unavoidable force. All that followed were the extremely shrill screams that rose and fell. Whoosh! Ah! The bodies of the people who were standing were as if they had fallen from the sky, and an invisible weapon split them in two. The two halves of their bodies fell to opposite sides, and their internal organs were also cut up. Blood-stained pieces of internal organs fell to the ground, and the undigested contents of the cut intestines flowed on the ground, becoming longer and longer as the half-bodies crawled. The person who was not completely dead hugged their lower body, crying and trying to put it back together. The burly man squatting on the ground hadn't opened his tightly closed eyes when he heard the sound. He only opened his eyes in fear when he felt a warm liquid splash on him, and what he saw was a scene that looked like hell on earth. He looked down at himself. His body was splattered with the blood of his comrades, bright red and scalding hot. Although not yet dead, he was in a state worse than death. He stared blankly at the culprit, his eyes wide and stiff. The beautiful, slender boy glanced at him, a playful smile curving his lips as he said, "You made the right choice." He looked up at the boy with eyes full of fear and understood what the other meant. If he hadn't been quick enough to crawl on the ground, he would now be one of those people lying on the ground, broken in two like worms. He looked into those blue eyes that were looking down at them, and felt a surge of heat between his legs, wetting his pants and the ground. Congratulations, host. Your compatibility with the character Sunuo has increased. Current character compatibility. Gojo Satoru 20%, Ryomen Sukuna 20%. Hearing the system notification, Suwu felt much better and kindly decided to let the lucky person who made the right choice off the hook. He wasn't actually deliberately cosplaying Gojo Satoru or Ryomen Sukuna to increase his compatibility with the characters. He's a cosplayer, but that doesn't mean he wants to be a cosplayer all the time in real life. You can tell from the fact that the characters he cosplays are all based on his own personal interpretations that he just likes to create fun. If his compatibility with Gojo Satoru didn't have the initial 20% bonus based on appearance, his compatibility would clearly be higher than Sukuna's. His nature is more inclined towards the dualistic Sukuna. "Hey kid over there, want to join our caravan?" A voice called out, but Suwu ignored it. Until the other party called it again. "Hey there, you white-haired boy with tattoos, wanna join our caravan?" The clear direction made Suwu look up at the other person. A dark-skinned man wearing a white robe and a white cloth wrapped around his head was waving enthusiastically at him. The man wore a gold necklace and gemstone rings on the index fingers of both hands, making him look glittering and exuding an air of wealth. The other members of the opposing team were dressed the same way. The image looks familiar, it's quite like that person from the richest country in the world who wears a cloth on his head. Seeing that the other party had finally paid them any attention, the caravan leader grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Young man, would you like to take a look at our mission? Could this guy be a mentor recruited by the Hunter Association? Like the captain of the ship Gon was on, he's also an examiner." With that in mind, Suwu stepped forward and walked to the front of the other caravan. A mission. He looked at the recruitment notice hanging on the camel's back. The text above roughly means, recruiting a guard team to escort caravans across the Gordo Desert. Room and board provided. Salary negotiable. The boy, carrying a white backpack, wearing a simple sleeveless vest, with white hair and fair skin, and mysterious and strange tattoos on his face and arms, half closed his seemingly bewitching blue eyes, as if he was thinking about something. The team leader waited quietly for the other party to make a decision. But after thinking for a moment, the other person asked with great interest, "Can I ride a camel?" "What?" The team leader's expression betrayed a hint of surprise, but he quickly nodded happily. "Of course, you can ride for as long as you want." "Then there's no problem, let's go." Suwu agreed readily, urging them on without even asking how much it would cost. "All right everyone, the guards are all ready. Pack up and get ready to go," the leader shouted back in one direction. Suddenly, groups of 2 or 3 adults appeared from the surrounding hotels. They carried all sorts of weapons. Guns, bows and arrows, machetes, spiked clubs, and more. Their appearances and expressions were all increasingly ferocious. Only Suwu carried a backpack, her hands empty, like a primary school student on a field trip. When Suwu saw these various people who resembled criminals, she had only one thought in her mind: it's safe now. They might also be candidates like him, planning to participate in the 286th Hunter exam. These guards all had sinister expressions and exuded ferocity, some of them even had bloodstains on their clothes and weapons. When Suwu, a child whose style was completely out of place with everyone else, joined the team, they did not show any dissatisfaction or surprise. After all, everyone saw what happened not long ago. However, the Gordo Desert and the surrounding towns do not belong to any country. It is filled with all sorts of people, and apart from some unwritten rules, anything can be done here. No one would stop them, so gang members and thieves often frequented the taverns, hotels, or brothels here, and occasionally they would cause trouble after drinking too much. This is why caravans coming here all need guards. Suwu's previous demonstrated abilities meant that he would not be underestimated because of his appearance. Even though his demeanor wasn't serious at all, and he was playing with the camels instead, he didn't look like a proper guard at all, making everyone else seem like a team specifically escorting this young master. The group packed their things quickly. Suwu sat on a camel, which was also carrying the caravan's luggage, water bags, and other items. His weight is not a burden for a camel. The rest of the group also rode camels, and the group quickly left the town and entered the desert. The long procession headed towards the sun and disappeared with the sandstorm. The caravan moved slowly through the desert. Suwu sat on a camel, swaying with its movements. He was also wrapped in a white cloth robe, which was fortunately soft and not rough. It all stemmed from the intense sunlight and the sandstorms flying everywhere. You might even end up with a mouthful of yellow sand when you open your mouth. The rough sand stings as it scrapes against your cheek. Suwu could use her mental power and incantations to protect her entire body, but ultimately it was not as effective as wuxia. My limitless. Suwu desperately wanted to obtain the limitless skill, but there was still a 40% compatibility requirement before she could achieve it. Even if he understands the principle of how to use it, he won't be able to use the skill if the system doesn't unlock it. Because that's Gojo Satoru's exclusive skill. If he can learn the skills on his own, there's no need for him to follow the system's instructions and grind for so-called compatibility. Is the system planning to make him get stabbed in the neck like Gojo Satoru before increasing his compatibility? Only his Nen ability belongs to him, but it's not very easy to control. The reversal techniques he was able to obtain came from Su Nuo, and could not be learned on his own. As for Black Flash, the system didn't count it as a skill. I wonder if it's because this skill only depends on personal luck. Anyway, the system's previous statement said that the system has the right to interpret everything, so there's no point in discussing this. With this in mind, Suwu continued to cultivate her mind. The caravan traveled through the desert for most of the day, and it still seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance, until someone heard a faint cry. The sound of crying in the desert. Could it be some kind of magical beast using it to lure humans? Someone in the guard team speculated. She's human, a little girl who looks about my age. Suwu raised her eyes listlessly, her voice indifferent. Of course, he was only referring to appearance, as for the other person in reality. She could fool others, but not Lu Yan. The other party was definitely not an ordinary little girl. Even though the other party deliberately disguised themselves as an ordinary person, letting their aura slowly flow from the top of their head, and showing no signs of using Nen. But judging people by their appearance is not about recognizing them from their outward appearance, but about seeing beyond the surface to their most essential qualities. A little girl. The caravan members were somewhat surprised, except for the leader, who initially showed a hint of doubt, but quickly adopted the same surprised expression as the others. How could there be a little girl in the desert? Everyone expressed the same question. Suwu yawned, her expression indifferent. Yes, surely no one would really believe that there's a delicate and adorable little girl in the desert waiting for your help. It's more likely that a bunch of Medusas live in the desert than that. Could you please arrange for someone to go and take a look? The merchant leading the group then looked at the members of the escort team. According to established custom, employers should not be the ones to face dangerous situations, otherwise, why would they bother hiring a security team? That's exactly why they're allowed to step in at times like this. The guard team consisted of dozens of members. They looked at each other, exchanging glances, none of them willing to be the first to step forward and potentially face danger. Seeing this, Suwu had a guess in her mind. Could this also be part of the assessment? Is it a test of kindness, courage, responsibility, or vigilance? If it were an assessment, what should he do in this situation? As Suwu pondered, he dismounted from the camel. I'll go take a look, he said casually. Young man, what's this? The team leader looked at the white-haired boy with some suspicion. Rather than assessing the situation, the other party's indifferent expression and cold, piercing eyes seemed to say, I'm going to kill them. Just in case there's a trap ahead, but we should still go and check it out, just in case. Suwu paused for a moment, her tone becoming somewhat teasing. Is there really a weak, pitiful little girl in need of help waiting for us to save her? A faint smile appeared on his face. It didn't look like they were pitying an unknown little girl, rather, it looked like they were mocking something. We'll go with you. 3 more guards dismounted from their camels and horses and walked to Suwu's side. Whether it was genuine goodwill or a shared suspicion with Suwu that this was also part of the test, it's unclear. Su-woo didn't care. He walked step by step toward the source of the sound, even deliberately slowing down his pace. Just so that some guy pretending to be a weak little girl can act a little longer. Since the other person likes to act like a weak, crybaby girl, then let them cry their fill. The little girl's cries grew louder and louder as time went on, even becoming somewhat hoarse. Hearing the other person suddenly cough while crying, Su-woo finally felt satisfied and resumed her normal pace after deliberately slowing down. In just a few steps, I reached the place where the sound came from. A girl of about 12 or 13 years old, with blonde hair and big eyes, wearing a red short cloak and a little skirt, was sitting on the sand, covering her face with her hands and crying. She probably couldn't cry anymore, which is why she covered her face with her hands. Su-woo inwardly chuckled with amusement, but outwardly asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" I'm called Lucy. My father brought me here and told me to wait for them, and then they left," the blonde girl said slowly, her voice trembling with tears. The three adults looked at each other and gleaned some information from the little girl's words. If this girl really did what she said, then she must have been abandoned by her parents. Deliberately abandoning the child in the Gordo Desert was probably intended to make the child disappear completely. At night, monsters in the desert come out to hunt for food, and the frail little girl will obviously become their primary target. What should we do? The three adults instinctively looked at the white-haired boy, and only realized something was wrong after they asked the question out loud. They actually took this boy for granted and treated him as their leader. Seemingly realizing that the white-haired boy was the one with the right to speak, the blonde girl suddenly stood up, crying as she reached out to hug the boy's waist, saying, "Please, I don't want to stay here. Monsters will come out and eat me tonight." The next second, her expression froze. "Stay away from me." The white-haired boy frowned. As she tried to pounce on him, he instantly retreated several meters, creating distance between them. At the same time, an invisible slash struck her head. Something light and airy seemed to have fallen onto the sand. The blonde girl, Bisky, slowly looked down and saw half of her own braid. Only one of her pigtails remained. What an unlovable brat. Su-woo, cat darts away. Let's go. Su-woo turned and walked towards the caravan. Where is that girl? One of the three guards asked, sounding conflicted and reluctant. If she really needs help, she'll follow us even at the cost of her life. The white-haired boy continued walking, leaving behind this meaningful statement without turning his head. The three adults glanced at the blonde girl, then followed the boy in front of them. The girl, whose pseudonym was Lucy and real name was Bisky, could no longer cry. She stood there, head down, taking 3 deep breaths, ignoring her lost hair, and then raised her head again, looking helpless and frail, stumbling to catch up with the person in front of her. "Wait for me, don't leave me behind. You white-haired brat, you just wait. The upcoming exams will definitely not be easy for you." Her face showed pitifulness and helplessness, but inwardly she gritted her teeth and thought viciously. The caravan members were somewhat surprised to see a girl following behind Su-woo and her companions. After listening to the other three explain why this little girl named Luki was in the desert, they fell silent. "Then let her come with us. Once we get to a stable city, we'll see if we can find a family to take her in." The caravan leader decided to keep her. Su-woo had reason to suspect that the team leader actually knew this blonde woman who looked like a little girl but was definitely much older. "My leg is injured, and I want to go with him." The blonde little girl lifted her skirt and looked at Su-woo pitifully. The implication was quite clear, she wanted to ride on the same camel as Su-woo. A group of adult men all looked at Su-woo. In their view, two children of similar age should have more in common to talk about. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy asked expressionlessly, "Don't you want the other braid either?" Bisky. You actually brought that up. What an unlikable little boy. It's true what they say about boys his age being universally disliked. In the end, she sat alone on another camel, no longer trying to attract attention, and instead quieted down. This quiet and unpretentious demeanor only made Su-woo feel more suspicious. If the other party is related to the hunter exam, they should try to create difficulties for these candidates and increase the challenge. Such quietness must mean they're already plotting what to do next. As dusk approached and the sun was almost completely below the horizon, the girl who called herself Lucy did not cause any more trouble. The caravan chose a spot to pitch their tents and light a fire, while the guards were divided into several groups to keep watch at night. Because of her age, Suwu was assigned to the second half of the night shift. There are many magical beasts in the desert. During the day, the sand is too hot, so they hide under the sand to sleep. But at night, when the temperature drops, they come out from under the sand and begin to hunt. Under normal circumstances, there's no need to worry. There are many of us, and the monsters won't be foolish enough to target us directly. Unless we encounter some monsters that have gone mad and lost their minds, but that's an extremely rare occurrence. Night had fallen, and the desert temperature fluctuated wildly, with a difference of tens of degrees between day and night. A group of people gathered around several bonfires, on which large iron pots were placed, simmering food. The scalding heat, along with the aroma, rose and filled everyone's noses. The caravan leader was clearly a seasoned veteran who frequently traversed the desert, and he shared his experience with everyone in great detail. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone returned to their tents to prepare for sleep, while the members on night watch sat outside the tents, each guarding one of the four sides. Suwu didn't go back to his tent to sleep. He didn't want to share a tent with the others, and he didn't think anyone would actually get a good night's sleep. He sat alone some distance from the caravan's camp, continuing to explore his Nen abilities. 24 hours had long passed, and he was able to draw cards again. And this caravan has so many people, we can let him test the card abilities. We'll try it on the blonde woman whose braid he cut off first. The wheel of law, he murmured to himself. Soon, a roulette wheel with a bluish glow appeared in midair in front of him. Inside, the cards, their faces obscured, spun around, awaiting his selection. He reached out and drew 3 cards without hesitation, and the roulette wheel disappeared again. Reversed Demon debuff card. Upright Moon boost card. Reversed Hanged Man, a card that reduces benefits. This time, he first flipped the card over to look at it, and there were no countdown numbers yet. It seems the countdown will only start in the last 3 minutes. We need to find someone to try. Suwu looked at the place where the caravan had pitched their tents, trying to see if she could use her abilities on the people inside the tents from a distance. The first attempt failed. 300 meters is not enough. Even after closing the distance to 200 meters, the attempt failed again. Another attempt, at a distance of 100 meters, still unsuccessful. Suwu tried to release his inner energy, creating a circle about 20 meters in diameter centered on himself, which enclosed the tent within that area. This was the maximum range of the circle that he could release with his current inner energy. The basic purpose of a circle is to sense danger within its radius. For example, the people in the Meteor City underground palace could only extend their circles to a radius of a few meters. His life energy and physical qualities were already extraordinary, and his Nen was much stronger than that of most people from the beginning. Inside the tent, Bisky quickly sensed the presence of the circle, opened her eyes, and pulled open the tent flap by lifting her skirt. I want to see which brat is staying up all night and using a circle to surround a tent. As soon as the curtain was lifted, a white-haired, blue-eyed boy with mysterious facial markings sat outside, his eyes gleaming in the moonlight. He was holding 2 cards between his fingers, showing them to the 2 men guarding outside the tent. Please cooperate with me to perform a magic trick. No matter what happens afterward, please don't make a sound, he said with a smile, discussing with the 2 of them. However, neither of them considered it a simple discussion and dared not refuse in the slightest. Suwu then threw the cards at the 2 people. The moment they touched each other, the cards seemed to merge with the other person, disappearing into their bodies. It worked successfully, he murmured to himself. So the area where the card is used is the area covered by his circle. 2 members of the Night Watch suddenly found themselves with several thick, long chains attached to one of them. One end of the chains was wrapped around him, while the other end disappeared into thin air. The other person remained motionless, maintaining their previous posture. What's going on? The person entangled in the chains tried to pull on them, but couldn't break free at all. The chains only tightened around him more because of his movements. It's just a little game, it'll be over tomorrow, Suwu said casually while observing the other person's situation. The other party did not move at all, as if they were frozen or petrified. Reversed Devil Effect 1, Binding Chains. Reversed Hanged Man Effect 1, causes a person to freeze in place. These are all cards that can be used on enemies during battle. Bisky watched this scene with a hint of curiosity and stepped forward to examine the suddenly appearing chains. Want to try and see if you can break it? Su Wu asked, a sly smile on her face, as she watched the blonde girl curiously touching the chains. Bisky's was somewhat surprised. Why would this brat ask such a question? Did he discover her true strength? But she clearly hid her nen very well, and even fooled the phenomenon of an ordinary person, leaking nen. It couldn't possibly be a problem with her disguise. This kid is bluffing her. I'm just a delicate girl Tilda, she said shyly, covering her face and stamping her feet. The smile on Su Wu's face vanished in an instant. He just used his only buff card, the Upright Moon, on himself. One of the effects of this card is defined as Illusion Breaker. That is, it allows him to see the reality beneath the illusion. After the card took effect, the blonde girl in his eyes transformed into a. She's over 2 meters tall, a muscular woman who rivals Uvijin in height. Her appearance was not that of a little girl, but rather a slightly aged face. Then the other person even deliberately acted coyly, covering their face and stomping their feet. I feel like throwing up, he said coldly and with disgust, then disappeared instantly, as if even looking at her made him nauseous. That brat. Bisky's fists hardened. Hold back. It's normal for little boys this age to be clueless about romance. Don't get angry with them. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the chain, squeezing it until it cracked. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, Bisky quickly let go of her hand, put on the appearance of an innocent little girl, and hurriedly left the scene of the crime. As expected, the other party was able to break the chains. Su Wu sat in the distance, but Lu Yan took in everything. The blonde woman had incredibly strong life energy. In Six Eyes' eyes, she was a dazzling individual. It seems that those who are stronger than him can break free from the shackles of chains. That so-called stillness can probably be broken. He himself cannot cancel cards that have already taken effect, which is somewhat like forcing them to take effect, and is probably one of the limitations of his ability. There's also the limitation on usage. The card can only be used on people within the circle it's released, which is probably one of the restrictions. However, the range of the circle can be expanded through training, which is not an overly strict condition. It's not too surprising. After all, in the hunter world, nen abilities are not invincible. They all have various rules and limitations. The strength of a nen ability depends on finding ways to overcome these limitations and rules to maximize its effectiveness. It adds to the fun. If it were simply a matter of definitively proving an invincible ability, it wouldn't be very interesting. There are no invincible nen abilities, only users with wildly imaginative minds. Su Wu put her hands behind her head, lay down, and fell asleep on the sand. While looking at the star-studded night sky, she continued to train her mind. The six-eyed creature can observe the animals moving through the sand at night, and even the plants are alive. His vision is as broad as the information he can observe from a distance with his 6 eyes. The Maasai people have eyesight 20 times better than ordinary people, and can see animals 10 kilometers away. Su Wu's 6 eyes could see even further. Because of his 360-degree field of vision, he could see everything within a considerable range centered on him. All the information that can be captured within this range will be fed into his brain. So whenever he keeps his 6 eyes open, he gets nosebleeds from time to time. As a result, he had to eat blood-nourishing foods every day, fearing that he would become anemic due to excessive nosebleeds. He was pinching his nose while sensing and watching a very conspicuous individual being doing something in the distance. There were a few individuals with relatively weak energy beside them, and they were approaching their encampment. Bisky drove several common desert monsters toward the caravan's encampment. For example, there are magical beasts that resemble foxes with extremely large ears, but are 2 meters tall. For example, snakes that can stand upright for 3 meters and make a rustling sound when they move. There is also a 3-meter-long, large feline monster with 6 eyes. At this moment, these magical beasts were like people with their tails on fire, hurriedly fleeing in the direction that Bisky had specifically left for them. "Let me see what you're capable of," she said with a sinister smile. Suwu lay on the ground, and after a moment, she suddenly heard a scream that sounded like she was in a panic. Monster attack! Run! That high-pitched, affected little girl's voice is so distinctive. Suwu slowly sat up, watching the blonde woman continue her exaggerated performance with a surprised and panicked voice, thinking she had hidden it well. People in the tent came out of the tent after hearing the sound. The sand kicked up by the running monsters formed a wall of sand, blurring everyone's vision. In such an environment, even opening one's eyes was extremely difficult. Quickly, let's fight. It's a giant desert rattlesnake. Cut off its head. The desert fennec fox's weak points are its eyes and nose. Attack those weak points. The desert tabby cat's weak point is its abdomen. In the chaotic environment, the team leader shouted at the top of his lungs to make sure everyone could hear him. The swords and blades vibrated and rang when they struck the hard scales of the monsters, and the gunshots flashed and the bullets struck their targets. The situation was quite chaotic in the latter half of the night. Suwu carried the two unlucky guys who had cooperated with him in the experiment to a distance to prevent them from being accidentally killed by monsters or their own people because they had temporarily lost their ability to resist. Ah, how scary. Bisky saw the boy beside her, who seemed relaxed as if watching a show, screaming and running straight towards him in a panic. The monsters seemed to recognize her presence. As soon as she turned around, they followed her. Suwu didn't need to think to realize that the guy was doing it on purpose. Help me, Bisky cried out as she ran toward the white-haired boy, her eyes filled with tears, like a princess waiting to be rescued. You brat, don't even think about sleeping soundly. She was filled with the joy of her plan about to succeed. When she was still 5 meters away from the white-haired boy, before she could even put her foot down, she saw the boy, who was right in front of her, calmly curling his lips. Something is wrong. As if sensing something, she quickly retreated. Less than a second later, as she retreated rapidly, a deep ravine appeared where she had almost landed. If she really takes that step, she'll probably have to stay there. The magical beast that had been following her was also disintegrated by several invisible slashes in that instant. The enormous snake head even rolled in front of her. The head was still 3 meters away from the boy, but it could no longer get any closer. Yes, there's more information about the abilities. Nen ability, Wheel of Law. Owner, Suwu Hildeville. Rule 4, Forced activation. You cannot actively cancel an already activated card effect. Rule 5, it can only be used on people within 20 meters of you. The larger the circle, the larger the usable area. One piece of information, those bound by cards can also use their greater strength to counter or break the card effects. I told you, didn't I? Suwu waved her index finger and said casually, stay away from me. But clearly the other party didn't take it seriously and kept looking for opportunities to get close to him, or rather, test him. I just want to get a hunter's license, so if you try to get in my way again. The white-haired boy stood still, while a raging sandstorm swirled around him. To those who could recite it, what they saw was a surging, dark blue energy, seemingly extremely restless, encircling the boy like twisted giant pythons. He is issuing a warning. We can try and see who ends up dying. He tilted his head slightly, revealing cold, clear blue eyes beneath his long, snow-white eyelashes, but his grin was full of wickedness and arrogance. For a moment, Bisky was also intimidated by the imposing aura emanating from the young boy in front of her. This is rare, because only someone stronger than her can make her feel this intimidated. But is the other person stronger than her? Is that even possible? Bisky. I see, what an unlovable boy. The blonde girl stopped pretending to be weak and cute and instead sighed in a mature manner. There's no need to continue testing, given their strength, passing the hunter exam shouldn't be difficult for them. As for her personality, she seems to lack kindness and humanity. Her arrogance, willfulness, conceit, domineering nature, and egotistical tendencies, as well as her habit of being the one in charge, are not within her area of responsibility. Even if the other party obtains a hunter's license, it doesn't necessarily mean they've passed the test. The real test begins after they receive the license. Cute. Like you. The white-haired boy's surroundings returned to calm, and the swirling yellow sand settled back down, merging with the desert. He casually lifted his eyelids to examine the blonde girl. Those eyes, even under the moonlight, still had a bright blue hue, more beautiful than the moon itself. That's right, just like me. Bis said happily, about to agree and praise himself. A cute old lady. Su Wu continued, her tone full of mocking laughter. Bisky couldn't bring herself to say her self-praising lines. She clenched her fist, but couldn't resist raising her hand and swinging it out with incredible speed, so fast that even the afterimage was invisible. But Su Wu disappeared from the spot even faster. I knew it, you'd go berserk once your age was exposed. He reappeared behind Bisky, standing next to the three monster corpses, speaking casually with a smug, mischievous expression on his face. That's exactly how it looks, it just makes people angrier. From now on, we must live in peace. He waved to the blonde girl, then disappeared and reappeared near the caravan in an instant. Bisky, hands on her hips, angrily kicked a sandball, looking quite cute, though her performance was still very convincing. A handsome little boy may have his charm, but if his personality isn't likable, he can't compare to a mature man with high emotional intelligence. I should go find my gem. She sighed helplessly. Bisky, whose age is a secret, is a powerful 2-star gem hunter, a rank attainable only by those who have achieved great success or made significant contributions in several areas. She has served as an examiner for the hunter exam and is currently searching for the desert gem in the best possible way, while also testing the skills of those who wish to take the exam here. The news came from an unknown time and from an unknown place. In the desert lies an undiscovered ruin, hiding countless treasures. 90% of the gangsters and bandits who frequent the town of Gordo are there for the legendary treasure. However, no one has yet discovered the so-called desert ruins, and some people have doubted that the desert in the rumors refers to the Gordo Desert. Nevertheless, people continue to appear here. Although the rumors weren't very credible, Bisky still came. Hunters are the kind of beings who will travel thousands of miles for a piece of information whose veracity is unknown. It seems that Kid will take up one of the spots among this year's qualified candidates. How many people will pass this year? Bisky did not return to the caravan, but instead walked in the opposite direction. She had a pretty good grasp of the people's qualities here, but the one unpleasant white-haired boy left a deep impression on her. However, the white fur and blue eyes of that creature should have resembled a cat, but because of the black stripes on its body, it looked more like a white tiger. Although both are felines, tigers are much more dangerous and ferocious than cats. Putting everything else aside, the color scheme is perfect, the looks are perfect, a romantic little boy, a celestial being. Bisky covered the lower half of her face and thought to herself with a smug grin. Su Wu returned to the caravan, and also brought back the other two unfortunate souls who were still unable to move. Near the tent, she saw that many guards were injured and were receiving treatment for their wounds with the help of others. Did you kill the monster? Where's Lucia? Someone looked behind him and asked with some concern when they didn't see the blonde girl. Ah, she probably left on her own, Su Wu replied casually, but Luyan noticed the expected expression on the caravan leader's face. The tour leader recognized the blonde woman, and her departure was not surprising to him. So he really is a character from the original anime manga. But Su Wu couldn't recognize him because he had only watched a few dozen episodes of the anime, and the rest he had only seen from short videos he occasionally came across. In a way, he was a virtual audience member. However, since the other party has left, it means they were not the guide. So where exactly is the correct testing ground? Su Wu shifted her focus back to the team leader. This guy is suspicious, he fits the navigator vibe perfectly. Are you still able to leave? He asked lazily. The information Six Eyes received was that no one had died. Since no one died, only some were injured, they can still keep going. He certainly didn't want his time to be wasted. We need to find a place to treat their wounds as soon as possible. The medicine the caravan brought is not enough to effectively treat their injuries. If we continue on our way, their wounds may worsen, a member of the escort team analyzed with a frown. So what do you plan to do? Stay in the desert forever? Or go back the way you came? Su Wu chuckled and asked in quick succession. A fool's suggestion. His smile vanished quickly, replaced by contempt. You, the other person clenched their fists tightly, stammering and unable to say anything more. We're fine, we can keep going. Let's set off at dawn, one of the injured said firmly. Oh, not bad. Suwu cast a glance at that person with a hint of admiration. He didn't intend to waste his time, he's a sensible guy. The distant monster corpses were gradually dragged into the desert, as if they were being swallowed up by the desert. By the time dawn broke, the 3 corpses were no longer visible. After the caravan finished regrouping, they hurried on their way before the temperature rose. The wounded sat silently on their horses or camels, showing remarkable resilience. The caravan traversed the area where the monsters had perished, leaving a trail of footprints. A gust of wind blew, sweeping across the yellow sand and revealing the stark white bones beneath. These were quickly covered by the sand again, leaving not a trace. Suwu lay listlessly on the camel's hump with her eyes closed, blood streaming uncontrollably from her nose. The human brain is the most mysterious area, and ordinary people only use a very small part of it. As Six Eyes continuously feeds him information, it means that his brain is also being attacked time and time again, forcibly expanding the area that was originally used. Or rather, the area of his brain that can be used has been expanded, which can be considered a kind of evolution in a sense. But once this evolution stops, his brain may be overwhelmed by the massive flow of information. I can't even clear my mind and rest for a while. This also means that as long as the 6 eyes are on him, he will suffer every day. However, it is much better than at the beginning. When he first got the 6 eyes, he would have nosebleeds every 1 or 2 hours, but now he only has nosebleeds 3 or 4 times a day. It can be said that he has made great progress. If one were to gain even more limits afterward, the burden would be even greater. This is why Gojo Satoru has been constantly using the reversal technique to restore his brain. Therefore, it's best to obtain unlimited and reverse spell together, or obtain reverse spell first and then acquire unlimited. Suwu sat up, expressionlessly wiped away the blood from her nose, and then stuffed a tissue into her nose. The caravan leader rode up to his camel and struck up a conversation with him, laughing heartily. "How are you feeling? It must be boring in the desert." Suwu half raised her eyelids and glanced at the other person, her demeanor becoming increasingly cold due to her lack of energy. "You really don't know how to read people's expressions." His voice was somewhat muffled because he still had 2 wads of paper stuck in his nose. "Oh dear, you're really hard to approach, buddy." The team leader touched the black ring on his head that he used to weigh down his hat, still looking cheerful. "By the way, after you leave the Gordo Desert, where do you plan to go and what do you plan to do?" he continued to ask. "Ah, here it comes. It's like those kinds of questions interviewers inevitably ask, such as, why did you choose our company? Or, what are your career goals? To pass, you have to give some very exaggerated and inspirational answers, with a strong sense of motivational platitudes." While internally complaining, Suwu said expressionlessly, "Going to take the hunter exam, and we don't even know where it is." Upon hearing this, the team leader immediately wore a shocked expression. "You're actually going to take the hunter exam? That's incredible. But I heard the hunter exam has a very high mortality rate. Aren't you worried, bro?" He looked worried after his initial shock, but kept a low profile, observing how the boy would respond. Under his gaze, the white-haired boy, whose expression had been gloomy, broke into a smile. "What are you worried about? Are you worried that the mortality rate isn't as high as rumored?" He smirked, the dark lines on his face moving with the movement of his facial muscles. He leaned his head in front of the other person, squinting at them, and said with a smile, "You seem to know something. Tell me, about everything you know." A cool and sacred color scheme, evil and demonic tattoos, a boy who is both god and demon. The blue in his eyes seemed to possess a mesmerizing charm, yet, it also instilled a sense of inexplicable fear. The team leader paused for a moment, then quickly chuckled and asked, "So, what's your reason for wanting to become a hunter?" "Reason? Because the hunter license is very useful," Suwu said matter-of-factly. "You can enter 90% of the country's visa-free and use all kinds of public facilities for free. It's definitely a must-have for travel," the white-haired, blue-eyed boy said confidently. Clearly, they only regard the so-called hunter's license as a convenient tool. But what the other party said was indeed true. "I plan to travel all over the world," he concluded. "I see." The team leader fell into thought for a moment. Pass, fail. There's no reason not to make the other party qualified. Speaking of which, how often do your caravans cross the desert? Su Wu asked in return. For goods like the ones we transport, once a year is enough. The leader glanced back at the caravan's cargo, his tone filled with satisfaction. Once a year, Su Wu nodded. The hunter exam is held once a year, and so is their caravans. Although it could be explained as a coincidence, he didn't believe it. How many days will it take at a time? Su Wu continued to ask. It usually takes a week. The team leader was very responsive and answered all questions. By the way, uncle, you. Su Wu nodded, her gaze falling on the other person again. You're a hunter, aren't you? He said calmly and confidently. It was discovered from the beginning that although the other party's life energy was not as strong as that of the blonde woman, it was stronger than that of the guards. That's why he initially agreed to the other party's invitation to be a bodyguard. Oh dear, we've been discovered. How did you figure it out? The team leader asked, somewhat puzzled, and couldn't help but look into the boy's deep blue eyes. From the boy's confident tone, he understood that even if he lied, it would be of no use. You can tell at a glance, the white-haired boy yawned lazily. What's the next test? Hurry up and give us the questions, he urged the team leader. The next test is. The team leader was about to speak when he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. The weather suddenly turned gloomy, and rolling yellow sand swept in from behind, the sand walls flying everywhere becoming a visual obstruction, making it impossible to see the road ahead. A strong wind blew, making clothes rustle and causing camels and horses to lose their footing. A sandstorm is coming. Attention! Protect the cargo. Speed up! The team leader shouted, issuing the orders. But the sandstorm arrived faster than they could escape. In just a moment, the overwhelming yellow sand caught up with the caravan and swallowed them up. Su Wu watched the group without changing his expression, including himself, who was swept away by the vortex that appeared in the desert, without any intention of resisting. He observed that the leader did not resist. Otherwise, as a hunter, the other party could have easily avoided this accident. Is this also a test? Despite the dizzying sensation, he maintained his analytical and conjectural abilities. The dizzying high-speed spinning finally stopped, and Su Wu landed steadily, with a series of thuds coming from all around. Many people fell to the ground and fainted. Besides that, some people are missing, they're probably lost. The fate of those wounded and abandoned in the desert was predictable. In the end, they could not escape death. Of the entire caravan, only Su Wu and the leader were still conscious and capable of moving. Not a single camel or horse was seen. At least one person passed this time. The team leader looked around at the people, sighed, and scratched the back of his head as he spoke. Su Wu ignored the other person and instead looked around at her surroundings. This seems to have caused the other party to misunderstand something. Ah, are you looking for those camels? Don't worry, they'll find their way around, the leader said with a smile. To prevent the cargo from getting lost, his camels and horses were all magical beasts he bought with money. They had a certain level of intelligence and could return home on their own. He even gave them special training before the exam, and the magical beasts were probably already used to it. What should we do with these people? Su Wu gestured for the other person to look at the unconscious figures on the ground. The assessment began the moment we stepped into the desert, and they naturally failed. The leader held a hunter's license in his hand, his smile both hearty and ruthless. Every year, hundreds or even thousands of people die in the hunter exam, and the probability of passing the exam is less than 1 in 100. So we just leave them here to die. Su Wu stroked her chin and nodded with a light laugh. They were now in an underground labyrinth, seemingly made of bluestone or some other hard material. The interconnected passages stretched as far as the eye could see, like bottomless corridors, without a trace of light. The darkness did not affect Six Eyes' vision. He could see that the corners of the corridors were covered with cobwebs and moss, as well as dark, dry, grayish-white and yellowish-brown marks. The corridor seemed to have been stale for a long time, exuding the decaying smell unique to old buildings. It felt as if you could inhale a lot of dust with every breath, accompanied by a faint stench of decay. But no matter what, it still smells better than Meteor City. But no body was found. Why is there no body? The yellowish-brown stuff is blood, and is that grayish-white stuff brain matter? The presence of these traces but no signs of a body means someone disposed of the body. Without 6 eyes, it would be very difficult for an average person to discover this information in the dark. The next challenge is to get through this maze. Su Wu asked the team leader beside her. The other person had an unconscious person under each of their armpits, was carrying people in both hands, and even had someone on their back. That's right, the information about the subsequent exam venues is hidden in this maze. Good luck, kid. He grinned, tiptoed, and disappeared into the end of one of the corridors in a few moments. Should we follow? No, that road must be the wrong one. Since the other party was not a test taker and was accompanied by unqualified individuals, their goal was to take the losers away. What Su Wu needed to do was find information about the next testing site in the maze. It's obvious they're on different paths. Then which way should we go now? The white-haired boy squatted on the ground, thinking with his eyes closed. With so many options, which one should I choose? Every passageway was stained with blood, suggesting that people had died there. Why did those people die? Was it a trap? In other words, every passage contains a trap. Doesn't it make no difference which option you choose? He hesitated for only 3 seconds before quickly standing up and making his choice, casually stepping into the one closest to his left. As soon as he stepped into the passage, he looked up at the walls on both sides and above and below. There was no movement. No traps, he murmured as he tapped the wall beside him. Then, standing still, he raised his left hand and said, "Kang." A dark blue energy, resembling a miniature black hole, appeared in his palm, seemingly sucking away the surrounding air. He raised his hand and gave a gentle push, a hopeful smile on his face, as he sang a voiceover, boom. After leaving him, the dark blue energy ball rapidly expanded and swept across the corridor, destroying all the walls. Finally, it seemed to crash into the deepest wall, making an explosion. The gravel in the passageway, which looked as if it had been visited by bombers, shook violently. Arrows fell out from both sides of the passage, and the bottom of the corridor revealed empty traps filled with sharp spears. If you fall in, you'll probably get riddled with holes. He then teleported to the end of the passage, only to find a pile of rubble. There should have been a rather large stone sphere here, which was also one of the traps, but it was blasted into dust by Kang. However, on the left wall, 2 numbers are engraved, 1-1. Is this what they call information? What did these 2 numbers represent? Or are they some kind of Hunter Continent code? Did they need to be deciphered? But, is that all the information there is? Su Wu pondered, her figure disappearing again, returning to the starting point. This time, he chose a different path. He raised his hand and released the canopy, the movements flowing smoothly like clouds and water. Finally, the roars of beasts rang out. It seems that the trap also includes monsters. After he had bombarded all the passages, he obtained several pieces of information. 1-1, Barnato, Ejun. What does this mean? Su Wu tried to connect the 3 pieces of information, but she couldn't get them together. Banato and Ejun sound like place names, but unfortunately, he wasn't familiar with the place names here. Thinking of this, he took off his bag and began rummaging through it, and sure enough, he found a map. A map of the continental plates. This is the continent of Eurubian, Banato. Ah, it's a port, Ejun. Ejun is another continent, the continent where the Kakan Empire is located. He looked at the place names marked on the map and nodded in sudden realization. West Germany is indeed a responsible bodhisattva, the things he prepared were so comprehensive. It must not be the first time he has prepared things for people leaving. Could that 11 be the time? Is it January 1st when we arrive in Banato or Ejun? Judging by the time, it should be Banato, since it's on the continent of Eurubian. Ejun is another continent, and the distance shown on the map isn't short. So we should go to the port first to take a means of transportation and then arrive at the continent of Ijun. Su Wu's brain quickly analyzed. Maybe the real test lies in choosing the right tools. After all, the information didn't say how to get to the continent of Ijun, and the continent of Ijun is so big, who knows exactly where on the continent of Ijun it is. He pondered expressionlessly, casually pulling a tissue from his bag to wipe the blood from his nose. However, none of these passages lead to the exit. It seems that the one the team leader took is the only exit. If we had followed the leader from the beginning, we could have gotten out, but we would have missed the information hidden in other passageways. We have to go through the whole thing. Suwu calmly stepped onto the passage that the team leader had entered. He swept aside the tests that others in previous years had failed to pass despite spending a great deal of time and even their lives, finishing them in a very short time. This maze will be unusable as an exam location for a long time, at least until it is repaired. The final passage leads directly to a space filled with mirrors. When he stepped into this space, the passage behind him disappeared, and there was only one road in front of him. And the end and both sides of that single road were also made of mirrors. That guy really did get away through the back door by taking advantage of his status as a game administrator, Suwu muttered, standing there and rubbing the back of her neck. All the mirrors in this space are broken, some are even so shattered that only one or two pieces remain, stubbornly clinging to their spots. Each broken mirror has its own unique charm. The ground was covered with fragments and even debris. Amidst countless mirrors and fragments, he performs the same action. Could it be a jigsaw puzzle? He bent down to pick up a piece from the ground, touching its sharp edges, and looked thoughtfully at the broken mirrors around him. This mirrored space is approximately 150 square meters in size. The number of broken mirror fragments on the ground is conservatively estimated to be tens of thousands, and they are all irregular fragments with no discernible pattern. Even with jigsaw puzzle pieces marked on the back, numbering in the tens of thousands, it's not something that can be completed in a short time. I'm going to die from blood loss. Suwu looked at the broken mirror and the shards on the ground around her, and grabbed a piece of paper to plug her nose in advance. He then carefully tidied up the fragments on the ground, arranging them neatly according to their different sizes. He noted the shape of all the fragments, including even the tiny, barely visible bits and pieces, which he carefully picked out and set aside. This process took him quite a bit of time. Then came the long and tedious jigsaw puzzle part. Since there were no markers and no way to mark the fragments, the only way to quickly recall them was to remember the shape and size of each fragment from memory. This is a very complex undertaking for the brain. Unbeknownst to him, the white paper he used to plug his nose had turned dark red, but he didn't care at all. His eyes were fixed on the shards of mirror in his hand, pressing them one by one in front of the mirror. Once the fragments touch the wall, they seem to be held in place by invisible glue or something else, so there's no need to worry about them falling off. Faster, even faster. He didn't know if there would be any other challenges ahead. If there were, he had to reach the port of Banato before January 1st. Considering the travel time and the time allotted for contingencies that might occur along the way, he simply didn't have much time to waste here. The faster his brain worked, the steadier his hands became. Soon, it seemed that a mirror would be pieced together in his hands, but he stopped. There isn't a suitable piece in this spot. He looked at the mirror, which was just one piece short of being complete, and then at the pieces scattered on the ground. He had memorized the size and shape of all the fragments, so he was certain that none of them on the ground matched the final missing fragment. He lowered his eyes, replaced the tissue he had used to plug his nose with a new one, and began piecing together another mirror again. This time, a gap has appeared that cannot be pieced together. Or rather, it's not that it can't be pieced together, but that a piece is missing. Hundreds of mirrors were pieced together one by one with his movements, but each of them had a missing piece. The blood-stained papers in the corner were piled up into a small mountain. He suddenly stopped what he was doing, put down the shards in his hand, and lay on the ground, gagging rapidly. My body felt numb and I felt ice cold all over. The side effects of excessive blood loss, mental strain, and hypoglycemia were amplified in him. After a series of rapid and intense gasps, he lay flat on the cold ground, his chest heaving violently, his face pale, and blood streaming from his nose. His lower face and the collar of his clothes were covered with dried bloodstains and fresh, viscous blood. He looked disheveled, as if he had been beaten up repeatedly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was extreme and hysterical, and even glistening tears overflowed from his pale blue eyes. This game is pretty good. 64,892 fragments. It could be made even more difficult. Why not just set the number of fragments to hundreds of thousands? Seemingly exhausted from laughing, He sat up halfway and listlessly rummaged through his backpack for bread and an apple, quickly eating them. 162891 seconds have passed since I started the puzzle. It's been less than 2 days, it should be the 27th now. There should still be time. After finishing his food, he closed his eyes to calm his breathing, stood up again, and burned the blood-stained crumpled paper next to him. He stepped into the only passage and reached out to feel around in the mirrors on either side. Suddenly, he heard a click, and the mirrors retracted, revealing a small space behind them. The room was fully furnished with tables, chairs, and benches, and there was even a skeleton in the corner, holding a small, exquisite box in its arms. It resembles iron but is not iron, yet it is extremely hard and requires a password to open. Of course, it should be possible to open it with a single shot. But the contents inside will probably crumble along with the box. Thinking of the missing pieces on the mirror outside, Suwoo instinctively knew she couldn't violently break the box. He stroked the box and felt a string of small, uneven characters on the bottom. How many mirrors are there in total? How many mirrors are there? Do individual fragments count as mirrors? If not, how many complete mirrors are there? The password is a 5-digit number, so the answer should be. Suwoo reached out and turned the password. The total number of pieces, both on and off the ground, is 66,666. These are numbers that the devil would love. Most people probably wouldn't bother counting the number of fragments. With a snap, the box popped open. Suwoo looked down and saw a fragment in the box. Memory quickly matched the fragment with the chipped hole in one of the mirrors outside. So, there should be another fragment like this in the other rooms waiting for me to find. He put away the fragment, left the room, and stepped into another room. The bottom of the second box wasn't engraved with words, but rather with 4 strings of letters from the Hunter x Hunter world. The password is 4 digits. It's very simple. Write down the complete table according to the original alphabetical order of the Hunter world, and then connect the 4 strings of letters at the bottom of the box with lines. That will give you the answer. 2733. The second box was opened successfully. The third box contains a graphic of unknown meaning. Attempts to overlap and cancel it out failed. A second attempt at splitting and moving it succeeded. The bottom of the fourth box is engraved with 12 patterns, and the password is a 4-digit number. This only requires grouping different symbols together to form a 4-digit number. Without pausing for even a second, they stepped into another room. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th. Finally, he walked through all the rooms, carrying the fragments he had obtained, and returned to the starting point to fill in the gaps one by one. After all the mirrors were complete, the wall began to move. They rotated and rearranged themselves, the original passage disappeared, the mirrors that had become complete also disappeared, and a huge door appeared in their place. The door was huge and heavy, but the keyhole was tiny, and there was no key. After solving the puzzle, is it time to find the key? Suwoo looked at the door in front of her, a nonchalant smile playing on her lips. This time-wasting ordeal is never ending. Well, let's see if my skills have improved. He released his nen from his fingertips, forming a thin thread, and then inserted the nen thread into the keyhole. He pressed his ear against the door, using nen to enhance his hearing and listen for any sounds. Using a psychic thread as a wire, what he's doing now is picking locks. To cosplay Osamu Dazai, who is known as the king of lockpicking in Yokohama, he specifically learned lockpicking skills. Wire, hairpins, cards, stiff paper, all of these could be used as lock-picking tools in his hands. With a click, he pushed the door open completely. I'm out. He picked up his backpack and stepped inside. There was no exit behind the door as expected, only an empty lobby. No matter what level it is, I have no interest in playing anymore. Suwoo looked expressionlessly at the lobby where there was no way out, and immediately changed into a clean set of clothes without bloodstains. You have to walk your own path. Since that's the case, he suddenly flashed an extremely wicked smile and raised his hands. Azure. In an instant, a dark blue energy glow filled the entire hall. This pitch-black underground space seemed to be subjected to an endless bombardment, with artillery fire repeatedly striking the surrounding walls and destroying all obstacles in its path. Fine sand flowed into the underground labyrinth through the cracks, and with a series of cracking sounds, the walls collapsed completely. The yellow sand that had been kept out of the labyrinth continued to pour in as the walls collapsed, threatening to submerge the labyrinth. Wow, Suwu said expressionlessly, and immediately launched himself into the air. Using Kang's teleportation ability, he braved the heavy yellow sand and managed to climb up. He paused in midair, patted the dust off his hair and clothes, looked down at the swirling collapse below, and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh dear, I almost got forced to be buried alive and given a proper burial by myself. He muttered to himself with a relaxed and cheerful look, as if he had just escaped a disaster, and subconsciously used one of the otaku's catchphrases, oh dear. What have you been doing down there? A voice filled with doubt and disbelief came from not far below. The tour leader, who had always presented himself as an optimistic and wealthy middle-aged man, finally lost his carefree demeanor befitting someone with money, leisure, and status. What on earth did that white-haired kid do in the desert maze? Why did it collapse? And he came out way too fast. Even if he really thought highly of this kid's strength, he still thought the game shouldn't have ended so quickly. You should know that the exam venues in the desert are so difficult that no candidate has ever passed them since they were designed. But the other party actually came out. And it hasn't even been 3 days yet. As the team leader ran, he inwardly raised a multitude of questions. Well, the white-haired boy suddenly disappeared from midair and reappeared beside him, putting his hands behind his head and running away with him on his own 2 legs. While the team leader was running away, he also turned around and gave the other party some attention. Because I was too lazy to play puzzle games, I just blasted a path open. Speaking of which, I don't have to pay for the damage to the exam venue, right? The white-haired, blue-eyed boy had an extremely bright smile on his face, making no attempt to hide his arrogance and malice. The demonic and malicious quality revealed in his smile overshadowed the divinity in his appearance. It just makes one think that this is a complete and utterly bad kid. The commotion behind them finally subsided, and the two stopped moving their legs. The team leader glanced back, and the desert was still the desert, with nothing but yellow sand as far as the eye could see. An unconventional approach. The team leader scratched his head, seemingly troubled. Oh well, there are plenty of hunters who don't follow the usual path. No compensation is needed, the Hunter Association will cover all losses incurred during the exam. He sighed, but still answered the boy's question. Anyway, the issue of funding is not something he needs to worry about. Then there's no problem. By the way, do you know how to get to Banato Port? Suwu nodded, asking naturally and confidently. Although he knew from the map that the Gordo Desert was east of the port of Bathona, but he didn't know where he was in the Gordo Desert. The port of Bathona is over there. The tour leader pointed in a direction. As a guide, it's perfectly fine to point out the direction for test takers. I understand, then bye-bye. The white-haired boy glanced in the direction he pointed, nodded slightly, and then his figure suddenly disappeared again. I'm starting to look forward to seeing this kid as a hunter. The team leader shook his head with a smile, his words full of anticipation, even though he hadn't seen the boy's disappearing figure. Using Kang, Suwu crossed the Gordo Desert in the shortest possible time and arrived at the nearest city. It is now December 28th. There are 3 days left until January 1st. There should be transportation to the port of Banato, he thought to himself, as he walked into a jewelry store in the city and went straight to the counter, dumping all the trash he had picked up from his bag onto the counter. The gold and gemstones shone brightly under the store's lights, exuding an air of dazzling brilliance. What does the customer mean? The lady behind the counter was slightly surprised, but quickly regained her composure and spoke politely. Will you accept it? The white-haired boy's impatience was almost palpable. After the saleswoman made a phone call, a man in a suit quickly arrived. 3 minutes later, Suwu left the jewelry store and headed straight for a hotel that looked very expensive. I booked a luxury suite, washed up, changed into brand new clothes, and stood in front of the half-length mirror looking at myself. White hair, blue eyes, snow-white skin, and black facial markings. Apart from the facial features, which still retained some resemblance to his former self, everything else has changed drastically, making him completely unrecognizable as the same person. It still looks great. He looked at himself in the mirror while brushing his teeth and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of him, a cosplayer with over 1 million followers. While it's true that cosplay isn't all about looks, both appearance and quality are essential for becoming popular. If someone isn't good looking, they won't be able to gain millions of followers. While it's possible to use photoshopped images for fraud, for example, some of his lists were completely unrelated to the photos, but they were so similar that you wouldn't recognize them. Su Wu shook her head, sat down on the edge of the bed, and used the phone on the bedside table to call the front desk downstairs. I'd like to order breakfast service and have it delivered to my room tomorrow. Also, could you please book me a bus ticket or some other transportation ticket to Port Banado for tomorrow? He instructed as he turned on the TV in the room. After hanging up the phone, he immediately lay down on the bed and fell asleep. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.